Saratoga Racecourse, welcome to day 31 of the 158th season. Welcome back, Jaxer, talented New York bred, unraced since November, yet favored in the Cab Calloway. What'll he do in his 3-year-old debut? Standing in his way, Chummers. He has the momentum, 2 straight wins, Rick Violet winner, and looking for more. Trained by Ray Handel, very confident going in, but we did have to look for a new rider. We'll explain. As for Saturday's Alabama, that's her show. Counting Stars, odds-on favorite. She will not need a new pilot. Rod Ortiz set to return from injury in search of a 3rd Alabama victory. Top-ranked 3-year-old filly in the nation. And there, a live look. Saratoga Racecourse, the spa on this Thursday. Very mild mid-August afternoon in the capital region. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. This is Saratoga Live. Horses in the paddock gearing up for the day's first race. On the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. So the New York Stallion Series continues today. Yesterday we had the 3-year-old fillies in the Statue of Liberty. Today it's the boys' turn in the Cab Calloway. In fact, is the morning line favorite for the Cab Calloway. Looks eerily similar to the morning line favorite in yesterday's Statue of Liberty. She's country, and she disappointed. Here's the field. 3-year-old fillies running a mile on the inner turf course listed as firm. And Chummers towards the inside 3-1. The favorite, though, Jaxer 5-2 on the morning line. Just like she's country yesterday, 3-year-old debut and unraced since November. As I welcome in my co-host, New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling, multiple Grade 1 winning trainer Tom Amos. Didn't we just leave this place?
Yeah, I had to check the distance race. I thought it was 350 yards.
Like we just said goodbye to our Wednesday audience. Tom, yeah, so we had a conversation about this yesterday in the filly division with the Statue of Liberty, and she's country. She was unable to overcome the long layoff. She disappointed yesterday afternoon. So why should things be different for Jaxer today?
Well, look, both trainers are very good at bringing horses off a layoff, so you can't go there. But you can look at what's presented to you in the past performances. And with Jaxer, there are 6 consecutive works week to week leading into this. I think at least 2 or 3 of them are at least 5/8 a mile. And you're going to look at Jaxer right here, going to make a move towards the inside to get the job done. Has to wait for room. This is a very, very talented young gelding here. And I guess with Flavien Prat having to make a decision between Jaxer off the layoff and Chummers, who's the now horse, the one horse in the same race, his agent flat just said, I think Jaxer's the better horse, so that's the one Flavien's going to ride.
Andy?
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I also think it's, and I don't think you'll disagree with this, Tom, that even if Jaxer doesn't necessarily win today, given a choice over time, he'd rather ride that horse. So I think that also comes into play. And listen, layoff horses are always a concern, no matter what a trainer's stats are. I mean, obviously, if a trainer is terrible off layoffs, a lot of it is by intention, right? They're not trying to get them cranked up for the first time. As you say, Tom, both those guys, they're excellent trainers. They win it up decent percentage. They're good off layoffs. You always have to ask yourself the same question. Is this worth the price to me, right? And layoffs are always a concern in those situations. In this case, I took Jaxer, but I'm sort of...
What about Chummers in that performance?
Yeah, let's talk about that. So Chummers alongside a Little at First, who's the 3 horse later this afternoon. They're going to come to the wire together.
No, Little First is 3rd.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, sure was. But Chummers shows that he's a much better finisher in that race. Yeah. So for Chummers it is. And we should probably explain that when these riders make the decision, they're relying on their agent. The agent is the go-between between the trainer and the rider. So the decision made is made by the rider's agent.
I will be shocked if Chummers beats a Little at First today. Literally shocked. Because I think Little First ran the better race. I think there was a very fast pace that fell apart. And not only was a Little First the first one to move, he was 3-4 wide around the entire track, whereas Chummers saved ground on the first turn, and he moved 3 to 4 wide in the second turn, but as like Richie will point out, you got to save ground on one turn. Little at First saved no ground, and he was against the flow of the race while Chummers was with it. So I would take my chance with a Little at First over Chummers, and the morning line has him at the same price.
Cab Calloway, much more on Cab Calloway later on in the broadcast. It is race 7, post time around 4:40 Eastern. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Race 1, early, pick 5. You have about 6 minutes. 8-race program. Pick 6 begins in the 3rd. Main track is fast. Turf course is firm. Temperature around 78 degrees. Field for the opener. Just a $20,000 maiden claimer, all winless, all for sale. Mile, Wilson Shoot, and several defections. Andy just 4, and no surprise, Oath, an odds-on favorite.
Yeah, Oath may win this race, but man, Oath, for me, is a very hard horse to take it at odds on. I'm going to take the one Spirit Forward, who's won dirt race I thought was a little better than maybe it looks.
Shouldn't take too long. We meet the field. There's a look at Spirit Forward. Third start, stretches out, back to dirt.
Yeah, you know, first time out was very green, didn't break that well, dropped badly out. I thought this horse could be maybe a little more forward from the inside. I'm going to take this one to upset the heavy favorite Oath.
Essence LV, cheapest she's race 4.
Yeah, and this is a horse that's going to get a beginning rider. We call them apprentice riders, so that's 10 pounds less that the horse has to carry. That's the weight of the rider with the saddle.
Cami Hargrove won her first race yesterday at Finger Lakes. There is the odds-on favorite, Oath.
Yeah, look, they're making a class drop here off of being claimed. Linda Rice, very good in the claim box. I think that's why we're favored here.
Ready, Rosie Jane, for two-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer Nick Zito.
Has only run on a fast dirt track once, and that was against considerably better horses. I think this horse is absolutely a contender as Nick will look for his second win. And, you know, listen, I think we all know that Oath is the horse to beat in here. Having said that, and it's a 4-horse field, and it's possible that none of them can run at all. I'm not going to, you know, I don't want to understate the quality of this field. Having said that, man, Oath's good race was on synthetic. And I know the horses evolved the pace, but that pace didn't collapse last time. This horse collapsed. The rest of the pace actually held together. So I think there are some reasonable reasons to be a little bit suspect of the favorite. Linda wins a lot of races, and you know this, Tom, because you did it your entire career. That's why you retired, I believe, with the highest win percentage of any trainer with over 4,000 career wins. You win because you drop your horses and you run them where they belong. Linda's making admittance. I made a bad claim. You know, she made a bad claim, so she's running where she can win. But I don't know about you, Tom. I cannot bet on this horse at 3-5, and I'm going to bet the 1.
Yeah, look, this race is a head scratcher. 4 horses, but very difficult, as you just said.
Off to the Wilson Shoot, fillies and mares in the first of 8 begins the early pick 5. Of course, you can play on your brand new Naira Bets account. Get signed up, NairaBets.com. Take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus. Use the promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now, NairaBets.com. Never one to shy from a pick 5 opportunity. Tom, let's see the ticket.
Sure. So we're going to spread out in this first leg. We're going all. We took 4 horses here, and in a race that really has nobody that stands out, despite our favorite, the 6, Oath, probably being the pace setter in here. And we're going to keep it spread out until we get into race 4. Call it a hunch play. Cash burn is my pick. I've lived my life my whole life like that. So we'll use him there, and we'll spread back out in the last leg.
I'm pretty excited to see that you didn't use my top choice, and this may be good for you, and he does the first round in 3 of the 4 races.
Sweet.
I'm pretty excited to see Megan Burgess, who's standing by and joining the broadcast. Megan,
I'm pretty excited
in the
to see you
winner's
guys.
circle with eyes
Yeah.
on Oath, the odds-on favorite. What can you tell us?
She just looks like the odds-on favorite. When you're looking at them in the paddock, the number 6 Oath was pretty professional in the preliminaries, but got on the racetrack and was really trying to fight her rider, and the pony kind of sharpened up there as she was taken away from the post parade and trying to kind of get her settled. She's responded better to Manny's cues as she's continued to kind of settle into herself. She's still quite sharp. I do anticipate will be forwardly placed. She was a vet scratch back on July the 24th. She's had one breeze since then, obviously come back and allowed to participate. Very strong, just stood out as the best in here, as you can continue to see as she's sharpened there. I love that she's stretching out in distance. She's got the frame and the scope to do so. I had no issues with her, albeit obviously needing to take her best synthetic race onto the dirt, and she looks like she will. Looking at her speed key from the Wilson Shoot, which brings us to the inside, the number 1 Spirit Forward, getting the blinkers on, adding Lasix for trainer David Donk, and really looking like a horse in the paddock that should show more speed from her disposition. She was very sharp and forward, trying to negotiate the tack. She kind of reared up a little bit, but she's one that I also really like the stretch out for her. She's got that kind of angular frame behind. She did try the turf last time out, but I do find she'll fare just fine on the main track, as she's one that I'm excited to see hopefully be able to put herself into a better tactical position in a smaller race. I really liked what I saw from her with that dirt pedigree in mind. As far as the number 2, Essence LV, For Mark Hennick, Cammy Hargrove celebrating her first career victory as a jockey yesterday at Finger Lakes, right back to it. She's the longest shot on the board, but I really liked what I saw from her. She's kind of that refined, lighter made. She's kind of lighter behind. She has tried the turf before. I can see why. She's kind of got that makeup, but I really preferred her physically when trying to glean from the two other horses in here. She's very fit for trainer Mark Hennig. We'll see ultimately if this is what she wants to do. She certainly gives that turf impression. I know Andy has some interest, or we kind of thought maybe the number 7. I shouldn't say you had interest. You like the 1, but the number 7, Ready Rosie Jane, getting the blinkers off. This horse just looks like a sprinter. I would prefer going shorter for Nick Zito, who had a winner teamed up with Katie Davis to do so. Just really burly, robust. I preferred others in here as a shorter price on the board, kind of the alternative to the 1. I much preferred the inside runner. Lafitte.
4 of them, Megan, to get us started.
Oh, no.
We believe that's the odds-on favorite, Oath, and it's all coming off.
Those are the regulatory veterinarians right there examining the horse.
Can you take us through this process, Tom, and expand on what we're looking at?
Sure. So in the morning before you run, all these horses are examined by regulatory vets, independent veterinarians, and a team of them to make sure they're sound enough to run, that everything's in order. And obviously at the time, this horse was. But things can change between morning and afternoon for any number of reasons. And Oath on the racetrack did not look right. So the regulatory veterinarians, I'm sure, although I didn't see it, will ask him to jog for the state vets. And they weren't satisfied with him. They'll speak momentarily to Manny Franco, who's the rider, and gets his opinion as well, and the decision is made not to run him. We're watching him jog right there with no tack on. He looks pretty good to me, so whatever the problem is, it's minor. I'm sure we'll see Oath in the near future.
Andy, how does this impact multi-race wagers?
Well, if you have him, you'll end up with a post-time favorite in the pick 5, which will probably be the one who's about to go down to 3 to 5 in this race. With this, keep in mind, if you bet, I cancel my bet on the 1 because I'm obviously not betting this horse at odds on. He's now even money, the 7, 6 to 5. You don't know. I mean, it's possible the 7's favored. It's who is a post-time favorite, and we'll let you know right after the race. I'll look at Naira bets when the race goes off. That's the only doubles. You get a refund with a 6. Pick 3s. I'm not sure. I'm not sure of the rule. If you get the post, I don't get a post-time favorite. You get a consolation, but I believe you get a refund. But I'm not 100% sure on that. So
I'll ask you a lot of dumb questions. Here's another. Is
I
it
have
not?
dumb answers.
Is it not? Is it not a more interesting competitive race?
No.
I'll go the other way
I
on
wanted
that.
to bet against the favorite.
Yeah.
I really wanted
okay.
to bet the 1 against the favorite. So for me, no, I wanted to take my chances against the 6.
Gotcha.
So no, I mean obviously the 1. Everybody's more likely to win, but I wanted to take my chances with a 1 win or lose.
Let's look at that question another way and tell me if you agree or disagree. Now we have a 3-horse field, and all 3 of these horses are basically the same style. So it becomes a real riders type of race. I think the 1 is really going to take advantage of that with Javier Castellano and try to make the lead. And I think whoever makes the lead out of the gate here, particularly if they clear, has a huge advantage over the other 2 horses.
Feels more competitive, unless you were wanting to bet against Oath.
When you're betting against a favorite, the last thing you want is that favorite to be scratched going to the gate.
I hear you.
Who's the speed, Andy?
Probably the 1, but around here, Tom, it's very hard to figure out.
You literally, if you're a rider, you have literally 1 minute in your head to think, okay, strategy has just dramatically changed, because that was the speed of the race in the 6. Everybody was going to kind of lay against what he did up front. Now it changes totally.
It does. No, I don't disagree with that. And I think the 1, like you said, is probably the fastest of them, but who knows?
Odds-on Spirit Forward in with Javier Castellano, Essence LV. Cammy Hargrove, first career win yesterday at Finger Lakes, trying for a first here at Saratoga, and Ready Rosie Jane. Frank Mirmati with the call, the opener, live on FS2.
Okay. And they're off. Spirit Forward and Ready Rosie Jane are 1-2 out of the gate. Essence LV, a tad slow out of there, is at the back of a very compact field. It is Spirit Forward. The heavy favorite opens up 3 lengths. Essence LV on the inside, right next to Ready Rosie Jane. Down the back stretch. and it is Spirit Forward. Now there's room on the inside, so Essence LV has gone from last to within a head of the front-running Spirit Forward. Spirit Forward on the outside, and Essence LV at the rail. 3 lengths back to Ready Rosie Jane, the quarter in 25 and 2. Heading to the half-mile pole, Spirit Forward. And Essence LV has a very slight lead through a half in 49 and 2, 3 lengths back to Ready Rosie Jane. Around the turn, Ready Rosie Jane trying to close in on Essence LV and Spirit Forward. They are covered by just about a length and a half, and Essence LV is the leader, and suddenly Spirit Forward has shuffled back to last. Here's Ready Rosie Jane on the outside, moving to engage. These two arrive at the top of the stretch together. It's Essence LV and Ready Rosie Jane coming to the 8th pole. Spirit Forward far back third. Mid-stretch, Essence LV has a neck advantage. Ready Rosie Jane keeps pressing the issue. They'll come for the wire together. Ready Rosie Jane just in front. It's going to be close. And Essence LV was game and beat Ready Rosie Jane.
Kemi Hargrove and Essence LV able to outduel Katie Davis and Ready Rosie Jane in what turned out to be an exciting first race at the Spa.
Take a look at that smile on Camilla's face as they cross the wire. With a win here at Saratoga, look, that'll make anybody smile. But, you know, it comes down to what we saw. Here we go. We're going to take a quick look at this finish up, the last eighth of a mile. These two riders are coming to the line. It's now a 2-horse race. And let's not forget, Camilla gets...
Let me just say something.
10 pounds off
Camilla
as a beginning rider.
Yeah, she's just pulled the stick out now. I'm not even sure she ever used it.
Well, that 10 pounds in the saddle certainly made a difference in that head win.
Yeah, and I guess I should be happy to 6 scratch because it saved me a bunch of money. I was betting on the one who could not possibly have run worse in this race. And Essence LV, Mark Hennig breaking the maiden here, outgaming the victory. And keep in mind, by the way, in pick 5s, because you used all. This horse is a huge price in pick 5s. This horse is close to 10 to 1 in pick 5s because all the money that was going on to number 6 went to the 1. So for the horses that aren't the favorite, their prices are what they were before the horse scratched in the pick 5s. This was a big price in the pick 5.
I'm going to bring up one other point, Lafitte. Down the backside, the one Spirit Forward was probably a couple of pass off the rail, and Essence LV and the rider there took advantage of that, slipped inside, and only won by just a short head. It made all the difference in the world. This could be one happy rider
She'll never
when she
forget
comes
this.
back to the winner's circle.
Doesn't always have to be pretty. It's the first win at Saratoga. If she loses the crop, I don't think Essence LV comes back because she was slow on the draw, but finally was able to access the crop, went left-handed twice, and Essence LV responded. And a win here for trainer Mark Hennig.
Yeah, awesome. There's Mark right there in the winner's circle. I think he's as happy for her as he is for anything else. It's really, when you move a rider forward by getting a big win with them, whether it be a rider's first stakes win or anything like that, it's a good feeling inside as a trainer.
The longest shot on the board, 3-1. Essence LV in the opener at Saratoga. Camilla Hargrove, first career win at Saratoga, 2-7-1. In the opener. And when we return, along with results, reaction, look at that smile. In 2 days, she takes the stage. Counting Stars, top-ranked 3-year-old filly in the nation, heavy favorite in the Alabama with her regular pilot back in the saddle, Arad Ortiz. Just getting started on Saratoga Live here on FS2.
Want daily bet suggestions from a team of handicapping professionals? Get in on Wager exclusively on the NyraBets app. Powered by an AI data model and decades of racing information, Wager analyzes hundreds of data points from past performances to jockey-trainer combos, all to calculate winning probability. Wager generates AI bets by combining its model with live odds to identify potential value. Go to nyrabets.com/WAIGR and try Wager today.
By a head, Essence LV in the opener. Coverage, as always, Saratoga Live, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Finally, Tom gets a hold of the crop, goes left-handed. Essence LV strikes. And for our viewers who may have just signed up, you don't know. They have a new Naira Bets account. They followed your advice. You went all in the early pick 5 and worked out beautifully.
Yeah, longest price in the field. Andy, you were explaining to me, now maybe to the audience, what that means.
Well, yeah, I mean, all the money that was on the 6 and the pick 5, unfortunately, goes to the 1. So the prices on the other horses, they're not what they are now, that whether they were before the 6 scratch. So this horse is probably close to 8-1 in the pick 5, maybe even higher. So if you're alive and you hit this thing, this is a good win for you.
But this is the story. Camila Hargrove, 6 rides, 2 wins, 1 at Finger Lakes, and 1 here, standing by live with Megan.
That's right, Lafitte. Off to a fantastic start here with Camila, your first career victory here at Saratoga. All smiles. How do you feel?
I feel amazing. I mean, we had a shot today. We got really lucky with all those scratches, but I mean, that filly, she did it all by herself. I mean, she was ready to go. We found a great spot, and I'm just real happy with how it turned out.
And it's pretty awesome. Yesterday, you got your first career victory as a jockey at Finger Lakes for Ray Handel, who you've worked with through the years. Talk about how special it was yesterday. Now parlaying that momentum today.
It was awesome. I mean, I'm coming off a really big knee injury. I tore a few of the ligaments in my knee and my meniscus, and Ray's the one who got me back in the saddle, galloping. And so for him to give me my first mount again, and for it to be, you know, I mean, Finger Lakes, the first winner there, my first career win with him. I mean, it was awesome. It meant a lot.
What an incredible story. Congratulations, Camila. What an awesome way to get started here at Saratoga.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
And by the way, I'm not quite sure. Maybe you're expecting some waterworks. Are we going to get, I'm looking at you, Jock's Room, Lafitte, as a lot of times it is pretty routine to kind of get splashed with your first, I think, career victor, but it makes sense to do it here in Saratoga as well.
And if nothing else, and they forgot, you reminded them. By that much. Most jockeys, it takes a little bit longer, Tom, than 6 career mounts and a Saratoga debut to win a first here at the Spa.
Yeah, and you could just see the smile on her face. As far as Megan is concerned, well, you know she doesn't have your back, that's for sure. Darn.
Exit stage left. Camila Hargrove. Look, Andy, like Eddie De La Houssaye lost his crop in the Breeders' Cup Distaff with Hollywood Wildcat. It happened, so it wasn't poetry in motion, but it's a win at Saratoga.
A win in Saratoga is a big deal in her
It's a
case.
big deal.
It's a very big deal. So congratulations.
Very cool story. Camila Hargrove, Essence LV. Tom moves forward in the early pick 5. We move forward, race 2. $40,000 claimers, non-winners to lifetime, all for sale, all one for something. Turf Sprint, Andy, into diamonds, 2-1 in the early wagering. Thoughts going in?
I'm surprised this horse is favored. I
Same.
think the morning line maker would agree with me as well. I thought the horse to beat, frankly, is your ex-coworker, Ken LaRose, whose horse gets back to the turf, where this horse ran far and away the best race of the year. I like Light Fantastic, who's the second, supposed to be like the second or third choice. I don't get the 3. One thing that worries me about the 3 is a complete lack of speed.
So you're talking about Tamino, the 8 horse?
Yeah,
where you
I
say,
think she's a horse to beat.
So he's got some good races on the grass going back to California. We did claim him in the race at Ellis Park. Inexplicably, he just didn't show any speed out of the gate. I wouldn't look for that to happen again today. You know, trainers work on things that don't go right. I would look for that horse to be a lot more prominent early.
My biggest concern is claiming away from Eddie Keneally. He's a tough guy, as you know, to claim from, but this horse has turf form. I'm surprised. I would have assumed this horse would be favored.
We'll monitor the wagering. Race 2 started the early pick 4 in 19 minutes, and on Saturday. Among the most celebrated races every summer. Dates back to the 1870s. That's right, the Alabama, where titles are earned. 28 Alabama winners have been crowned 3-year-old filly champion, just like Nitrogen last year. This time, all eyes on her stablemate, Counting Stars Razor Sharp, brilliant at Saratoga. Strictly the one to beat in the storied Alabama. And to no one's surprise, it is the America's Best Racing's race of the week. The Alabama, presented by Keeneland Sales. As always, big part of the story, the distance, 1.25 miles, number 6, Counting Stars, 1-2 on the morning line, and rightfully so. And this is part of the reason why, Tom, Coaching Club American Oaks, Counting Stars, and Rod Ortiz defeating Always a Runner and brother Jose for a second straight time.
Yeah, that day, Counting Stars was sharp away from the gate, made the lead, left the rail open for Always a Runner, who had beaten her in the Kentucky Oaks. And these two are going to look like they're going to battle for a period of time here, but in the end, it's Counting Stars that can draw off the last 16th of a mile and show that she's the best, beating Always a Runner in her last 2 tries, this one and the one course before. Counting Stars has now won 2 Grade 1s at this Saratoga meet. I know it's an extended meet, but could become the first horse to win 3 Grade 1s in a single meet if you count what goes on Belmont weekend as part of the Saratoga meet.
Except we don't. But I get it. Listen, I mean, she has a hammerlock in this division right now, obviously, and she's been super impressive. He really suckered his brother up the rail. The rail wasn't the place to be last time out. I don't think that Always Runner was going to beat her anyway, but I think Irad kind of made his brother look a little foolish, in my opinion, by suckering him in there and him taking the bait going inside. Having said that, that doesn't knock how good this horse has gotten for Mark. I mean, Always Runner got her fair and square in the Kentucky Oaks, but the last 2 runnings, Counting Stars has been the better horse. Always Runner's not going to play at 1.25 miles, and Counting Stars, to me, Tom, she can only get herself beaten here.
Yeah.
Because on paper, I mean, I know Chad Brown has a horse that's improving and is pretty good. Counting Stars is, I'll put it this way, what price would she be in the Travers? At 1.25 miles.
She would be under 5 to 1. For
I was going to say to you, 5 to 1, 9 to 2,
Yeah.
somewhere in there. That's how good she is. I mean, I'm not sure that we wouldn't think she could win the Travers. I certainly would think she could win it.
Isn't this always the conversation with this race, though? The Alabama, again, Derby distance, Travers distance of 1.25 miles. Any reason to think that, I don't know, it wouldn't be to her strength, wouldn't play to her strengths 1.25 miles?
Well, I think you have to consider that. 1.25 miles is a very unique distance for the thoroughbred. It's a marathon type distance, but certainly Counting Stars has shown no indication that this distance would be a problem for her. You know, she tends to finish well at shorter distances, and so I would think she should be just fine here.
Please don't say very unique when we're on Big Fox. I mean, we can do it on FS2, but the kids are watching at home, and I don't want you to teach them bad habits. Yeah, I think the other thing, about it is, distance plays no favorites, right? And maybe there's somebody in the field that's going to be considerably better going 1.25 miles. So the possibility exists. I don't think any of us are taking it that seriously, but the possibility exists. She's a little less good at 1.25 miles, and somebody else is a little bit better, and it could make it closer. But I don't know about you. To me, that's the only way she loses this race.
This race, the Alabama, is really what made Nitrogen become a champion from last year. And so I think a lot of the decision to run here obviously would be, hey, we can make a champion with Counting Stars by winning this race. She will lock up the division.
It's over. She wins this race 100%. And the other thing is, with all due respect to Kentucky Oaks, this is the oldest, most prestigious race in the country for 3-year-old fillies, the Alabama. And most people kind of know it. Certainly Mark Cassey knows how important it is. And, listen, bad trips, something weird happens. It's horse racing. She's a really, really good horse. And I think the other thing is, let's just appreciate that she's really good. I'll put it this way. I'm not sure at this point she's not a better horse than Nitrogen was at this point last year.
It's a fair observation.
Certainly close.
28 Alabama Winners Crown 3-year-old filly champion. You'll see it Saturday on Fox Saratoga Saturday. Where'd the summer go? Only 2 shows left. Do not miss this one. The Alabama Counting Stars among the sport's brightest stars. Coverage begins 6 Eastern. DraftKings Travers following Saturday only on Fox. When we return, another summer classic on the horizon. This time out west from the Del Mar Thoroughbred Club. Del Mar signature race. The Pacific Classic will be on site Saturday night. That's next.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Fox Saratoga Saturday, leader of the 3-year-old filly division. Counting Stars starts in the Alabama, presented by Keeneland Sales. Fox Saratoga Saturday, brought to you by Oceana Cruises.
Saturday, 6 Eastern on Fox.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
Flavion Pratt and Flightline are an embarrassing lead. It must be 15 lengths as they turn for home now. And let's see, Flavion Pratt just shakes the reins at Flightline. And take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear. Flavion Pratt takes a hold and canters in the TVG Pacific Classic.
The Who Invited the Alien race. Andy, Flightline going nuclear in the 2022 Pacific Classic.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame he only was able to run 6 times, because I think this is one we can all agree was one of the great talents of our lifetime on the racetrack when he ran. His Breeders' Cup Classic was, and that was an incredible thing. But the Breeders' Cup Classic, I think if you really understand the whole sort of pace, the kind of pace he was chasing, he was like a machine. But the funny thing is, I could be wrong, but I think the highest Beyer speed figure given out since Flightline is Knightsbridge, his 122 Beyer last time at Monmouth, whatever you make of it. And he's shipping out running there. And I think it makes this race, it's a really good race. It's an excellent card at Del Mar.
Really, top to bottom.
Seriously, and I know I'm a shill, but it's good. And I think one of the biggest questions is, and Bill Mott's got to find out, right? Is that race
such
for
a good
real?
Card out west, even Andy endorses. Pacific Classic. Breeders' Cup Challenge event winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Pacific Knightsbridge here. This is before the rain came. Tom Haskell Day, Monmouth Park, Knightsbridge, doing his best Flightline impersonation.
Ultra impressive. Broke sharp from the gate that day, made the lead, kind of controlled things, but when it comes time to kick home, and by the way, this is his first time to run a 2-turn race,
Correct.
This horse. So, does that mean we got more of this to come? Or, as we suggested, maybe this was just one of those races?
Yeah, and even if you think the figure's a little high, okay, let's say it's 8 points high. He's still going to win by a lot if he runs back to it. And I was talking to Bill Mott actually about it the other night, and his plan I think originally was probably go the Forgo.
That forced his hand,
because he's got to win a Grade 1 with this horse. They want to stand him stud. They're going to stand him stud. He's a Godolphin homebred. He's got to win that Grade 1, and the Forgo would have been the one that he logically would have said he could win when you think about the race he ran this winter, and he ran a 112 Beyer at Gulfstream. But now he's got to see, maybe he's a Breeders' Cup Classic horse, and frankly, if he's as good as that race at Monmouth, he might be better than his stablemate.
Well, that's the problem. He wants to keep him away from his stablemate for the moment.
Yeah, but Stranger Danger with a massive fan following. Finger in from Japan, Tokyo Derby romp.
Yeah, look, this is the joker in the deck. You're looking at a race that you really don't know how to manage it and handicap it. But I can tell you this: if money shows for Finger on Saturday in the Pacific Classic, I'm on him.
T.O. Elvis II?
Yes.
The problem,
yes, that's exactly what I'm
is
thinking.
that was known as the wedding, Tom.
Yeah,
so I'm not sure you want to. I will consult with the people I know who know a lot more about Japanese racing than the zero I know. And if they tell me this one's the goods, I'll be interested. But and listen, the Japanese, you were saying, and I agree, okay, probably should have won a Derby. Forever Young easily could have won that Derby. And they're going to be a factor. But they're also going to get a little overbet for the same reason you're kind of talking about. And this is a tough bunch.
Pacific Classic, we're on site Saturday night on Fox Sports 1. And in the paddock, while we're looking at Tamino for this second race, and turn things over to Megan Burgess.
Thanks, Lafitte, and that's where we begin on the outside. And I am, too, a bit surprised as the 3 and the 8 kind of taking that money. I do find the 8, to me, seemingly looked like the most logical favorite in here. But I did go with the number 3, but looking at the number 8, Tamino, he's a horse that doesn't immediately strike you as necessarily as a sprint type. He's got some good size to him, but man, is he just he's a good-looking dude. He's very strong, well-muscled, got that really nice substance and flesh to him. I really liked what I saw from him. He was tacked outside away from the saddling stall, kind of kept moving, sharp and ready to run. He looked great. And I do find that he does have just the best overall body of work. And what's been an interesting race, he does have that speed well drawn from the outside. As far as number 3, Into Diamonds, he's a kind of the burlier sprinter type when comparing the two. A horse that was coming off of a significant layoff last time out, and off of the quick turnaround, it doesn't seem he's any worse for wear. He's very strong. He's very well meant, and I'm interested to see with the blinkers if he's, as last time he was a first-time gelding and he also applied the blinkers. We'll see what kind of splash he makes second off the bench. Really feels like the type of horse that has a step forward for a dangerous trainer in Mark Casse. Lafitte.
Could be a big weekend for Cassie Megan. Riders up here. And how cool is this? Before the post parade, sneak this in on Sunday. Next giveaway, a miniature Saratoga lawn jockey giveaway. And yeah, not all the same. There's like 5 different silk designs.
I'm sure it'll be very, very popular, Tom.
Are you popular? That's Serengeti Empress's silks front and center right there.
Bang.
Yeah, Joe Plitti wants a dozen.
Well,
I don't blame him.
He deserves a dozen if he wants it.
You involved in the design? Do they run these things by you, Andy, before?
Tom is very much more involved in the giveaways than I am. I've often tried to get involved, and they say, Amos got you covered.
Tom's like, I have a lawn jockey that says grade 1 ballerina winner. I'm good.
I like that giveaway. I do.
That's a great giveaway.
It's a fun giveaway.
It's been a terrific summer.
It's better than a bobblehead.
Yeah,
it is.
The line will be down to Yaddo Gardens, though. Anything resembling a bobblehead, yeah, they line up for it. So get here early. Post-parade, meet the field. There's a look at Knight and Edgar Zayas.
Yeah, I mean, this horse actually has a race or two that makes him a player in this race for a 14-1 shot.
He's quick. Florida bred, exclusively Florida raced. Then out of the fog, 15-1 maiden winner last month.
Yeah, and added blinkers last time, and that resulted in a win. See if he can build off of that.
Into Diamonds, promising at 2 and not much since.
Second off a 1.5-year layoff. Met a much tougher field last time out. Can certainly win this race on the drop down, but I am surprised this horse is the favorite. And I think at that price I bet against. I picked him 3rd.
Armet Kentucky Invader, leading rider, takes over.
Yeah, and won a maiden allowance race at Indiana, and now comes in for a claim. That looks suspicious to me.
2 ducks. Jockey Louis Sayas sitting on 3,999 victories.
Race the horse 1-2 back is good enough to be a contender here. The last race, obviously troublesome.
Number 6, Light Fantastic, a Galway winning connections, Manny Franco, Brad Cox.
Yeah, we'll watch one of his backtracks, and he'll look to do the Light Fantastic into the winner's circle.
Hong Kong Fooey, a 7th try this year and hasn't been close.
Yeah, Rudy Rodriguez struggling so far at the meet. The last turf sprint, not so bad. I mean, at 9-1, I could see having some people liking.
What does Kendrick Carmouche get if he wins here, Tom, on Tamino?
He gets a turducken. I gave him one after he won a graded stake from me, and he's been begging for one ever since.
Nice.
But he's got to get to the winner's circle first.
Some incentive, Kendrick, the 2-time 4-star Dave winning jockey. Turf sprinters winding up early. Pick 4 starts here. Race 2, Saratoga. And we have something else for you, Naira Bets members. A 10% win bonus. You can earn a 10% bonus on win bets at Saratoga today. All you have to do is opt in at NairaBets.com.
And then bet a winner. I'm working on that part. I opted in. Now I need to bet a winner.
All right, so
I'm betting Light Fantastic.
All right. That's who we start with.
Well, not a lot of stats with numbers for Brad Cox off the claim with turf horses in New York. I don't care. He's Brad Cox, and he claimed for Sandy Gold Farm. They have a lot of success together. I thought this is his win 2 back, and not an impressive win. I'm not going to pretend it is. But keep in mind, it was coming off a 10.5-month layoff. His race 3 back before the layoff was exceptionally good. He didn't break. He rushed up into a very fast pace and ran an exceptionally good race, getting nipped for second behind a heavy favorite winning the race. Maybe he kind of needed that race. I don't know why they decided to stretch him out last time. It didn't work. Now he's back to doing what he does best, and I'm going to take my chances that he proves best today.
Tom, it almost looked like he felt like his job was done as soon as he hit the front.
I think that's a great observation. He made the front and got a little late when he did. Look, people forget that Brad Cox made his living before he became Brad Cox that we know in 2026. claiming horses and moving them up. So he knows how to play this game.
No, I mean, Brad been around much longer, I think, than most people realize, and went through some hard times at different times. And I think that's kind of irks me a little bit when they call him the super trainer or something. He had to start over again 2 different times, and he has built his business because of his exceptional skills as a trainer and nothing else. And I don't think that should ever be diminished.
When a private trainer loses that client, have to start all over, and now having established himself as one of the best in the business, Brad Cox. There you're looking at Tamino, currently 4-1. And this was February 2nd.
Last
out west
race.
last year out at Santa Anita, winning
a
going
year and a half
6
ago, to be
yeah.
precise. And if Tamino can bring this kind of race, he's going to hit the winner's circle. But the question is, can we get that from him?
I agree, Tom. I agree. I think he should be favored. And maybe the fact he's 4-1 is a bad sign. I don't know, but I don't quite get why this horse is not the horse to beat in here. He's finally getting back to the right surface. He's also run some good dirt races. I guess the argument against what I'm saying, Tom, is, well, he ran some fast figures on the dirt, and his last 2 races in the dirt, his form has declined. I still think he's very dangerous getting back to this surface.
To Megan, trackside.
And the number 6, Light Fantastic, a horse that should certainly relish the cutback in distance, as he just looks like a sprinter, kind of built downhill, very strong, compact, and just a really good-looking individual. I just find his races, are, while this is a $40,000 non-winners of 2, and he is technically kind of taking a lateral step down, you could say, I just find his races kind of left more for wanting. I totally agree. He was coming off of the layoff 2 back. That was a tepid field and a blanket finish. I'm going to wait and see with him. He does have the races to put him in the mix. Brad Cox overall has pretty strong numbers, first off the claim on the turf, albeit not in New York. But I liked what I saw. I question, looking around in this race, there's so many horses that have the races that can win this. As far as the number 4, Armet, for trainer Steve Asmussen, he's coming off a maiden performance, the first time getting to the turf. That was at Horseshoe Indy, and he looks turf met. He is a son of Practical Joke, but he's got that slacker angle to his pastern, very fit and defined, very much an out and out sprinter. I really thought he could make a splash up there at a square enough price, and has been able to show that rateability, as he did come from off of the pace last time out. Very well met. The number 5, Two Ducks, kind of surprised me a little bit. Luis Saez kind of hit his knee yesterday aboard a horse, had to kind of get that into the unknown in the stake race, but nice to see him straight up and back on all of his mounts today, as he's looking for win number 4,000. And Two Ducks made an excellent impression. He doesn't necessarily look like he's an all-out turf horse, but very well defined, strong, and professional. I liked what I saw from him. Quickly though, the number 7, Hong Kong Fooey, I think is an individual that liked the turf. I liked his turf sprint 2 back, and at a big price, I liked him underneath in here as well. Lafitte?
With Flavien Prat at 12-1, Hong Kong Fooey. Another look there at Armet. I don't know, Tom, like side by side on paper, he looks better to me than Into Diamonds does the favorite at 5-2.
He does look better on paper. This horse was a $350,000 purchase last year and got his first start on the grass, never having run for a for sale or claim price, and he wins it. So now 1-for-1 on the grass, and off of that race, they're going to drop into a claim race. I'm not buying what they're selling here. I think this one is one that's in for the for sale, and they're looking to move him on.
Yeah, listen, like I keep saying, I picked him 3rd. I'm not totally against him. The other problem with him is there's not a ton of pace in here. And I think his chief competition in this race, the 6 and 8, they are the second, third choices, they're forward horses. So the horses he's got to beat probably have a tactical advantage on him as well. And like I said, he might win, but I'd rather take at a similar price, either the 6 or 8.
Knight, coming in from Florida, has some speed as well. He should be in the mix.
Yeah, I think Zayas is not afraid to go, and he's got to go. I think the one Knight is an overlay at 13-1. I don't quite understand why he's not priced. I know his last race wasn't good.
Shouldn't he clear this group?
Well, it's hard to know.
Yeah,
Because the 4
is
has
everything.
speed. I think the 8's going to go. I think that Jose is going to be aggressive. We'll see. Coming out of a 5-furlong race.
See how it all unfolds. Into Diamonds, favored at 5-2 to Frank Miramati with the call. Race 2 from Saratoga live on Fox Sports 2.
Armet goes in. Tamino to the outside, walking up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Bit of a jostle for Hong Kong Fooey at the back. Light Fantastic clears off right away. On the inside, here's Knight, and that clearance did not happen. Knight is within a length and now shuffled back as Light Fantastic lets it out a notch. Here's Two Ducks now moving into the second spot. Knight in third, into Diamonds fourth, followed by Armit on the inside of Tamino, Hong Kong Fooey, and Out of the Fog. 22-1 for Light Fantastic, who speeds around the far turn, leading the way by half a length. Two Ducks trying to apply pressure in second, into Diamonds now third. At the rail, Knight is losing ground. Passed by Armit in the green, who will angle to the outside with Tamino there at the top of the stretch. And Light Fantastic has a 3-length lead. Into Diamonds, moves up on the outside of Two Ducks. Armit, Hong Kong Fooey, 16th pole. Light Fantastic blasted off. And this was a very easy win. Light Fantastic by almost 5 lengths. Two Ducks held second, Armit third, Hong Kong Fooey fourth.
Last Saturday, they teamed up to win the Galway. Now, another victory in a turf sprint. Brad Cox, Manny Franco, Andy Light Fantastic. You got about 3-1 at post time. Well done.
Yeah, one leg should have been 3-5. And, you know, you've seen this with Manny now repeatedly. He may or may not have been the speed on paper. Manny broke and he went. He is riding with so much confidence, making every right decision. And he's in one of those zones, Tom, where he never has to worry about second-guessing himself because he's making every right decision.
Yeah, this was the winner, and then the rest of the field in this for sale race, this claiming race. And I'll guarantee you that a number of these horses did indeed get claimed. Wouldn't be surprised if both the 4 and the 8 got claimed, off of this race. But it was all a question of out the gate, taking advantage of using the speed, and no one was catching.
And the other thing
horse.
is, in this race, like the 3. Okay, Dylan did a good job of getting the 3 in position. He looked like he was in the catbird seat around the turn. Didn't even hit the super. Your horse, the 8, who obviously had the good back races.
Yeah.
He didn't break. He didn't break.
Horse.
He just can't run anymore.
Yeah.
And so it was not the situation of this horse being in good form. His main competition are completely out of form.
He did not look like the quickest on paper, whether it was Knight or Arnett or Tamino. Knight was impeded a little at the start. Zaya sent him on through. He found his footing, but by the time he was up close towards the leaders, Manny was already in front with Light Fantastic on the fence.
Yeah, Manny's just, I mean, he just doesn't, listen, he's going to make a mistake. We all make mistakes, but the way he's riding right now, he's riding as well as any rider, and that includes Jose, and Jose's riding incredibly well. I mean, it's obvious. And so is Flavian. But Manny, man, he's doing everything right.
It was really candid. In a sit-down with Richie, he's like, man, I was bad last year. I'm paraphrasing, but he said, I was disappointed with my summer last year. How much better he wanted to do this year and a certain level of focus. And by far, I mean, we have, 14, 15 days left, and he's already cleared his total number of most victories in the summer here at Saratoga.
Yeah, look, trainers as well as riders, they go through periods where, they win, and they go through periods when they lose. Obviously, you would love to get rid of those peaks and valleys and just be steady Eddie, but it doesn't work like that in horse racing. Manny's been on good horses. He's used every opportunity he's had, and he's having a great meet.
And I don't care who you are, Tom, and you know this. I mean, you're one of the most winning trainers in horse racing history. Saratoga is intimidating. You know, you get up here, and especially when you lose with a bunch, and Manny's had some bad starts, and you can't help but question yourself. Do I really belong here? Manny Franco belongs here, and that's an understatement.
Grew up wanting to be a shortstop, maybe the next Derek Jeter. Now young aspiring riders all over the world looking to be the next Manny Franco as he strikes early on the Thursday program. Light Fantastic, 3-1 in the end. Over Two Ducks at 14-1, completing the exacta 6, 5, 4, 7 results. Reaction following race 2. All smiles, Manny Franco. Plus, he returns on Saturday. The 7-time Saratoga riding champ, Arad Ortiz, back in the saddle. Counting Stars, Alabama bound. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Great to have you with us. Saratoga Live on FS2, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The Goldfarbs light fantastic. 3 jumps out of the gate, seized the lead, Andy, and never looked back.
It's funny. I had been mentioning this horse, I think, to Acacia before he came back a couple starts ago. Whatever happened to this horse? And suddenly there they appear in the entries. It seems to happen a lot. And, I mean, this horse has got some talent. He wasn't claimed. I think only the bottom was claimed out of this race. And tell you what, with that win, he could do some damage going forward.
Has something to do with the jockey as well. Red hot, white hot. Manny Franco standing by live with Megan in the winner's circle.
Well, a lot of horses have been moved up by the repertoire of jockey Manny Franco on what's been the summer of Manny. And I asked you off camera, were you expecting to be in front out there?
Not really. I mean, but the way he broke, why get on his way? I mean, 5.5. That's all you can ask. You know, like a good break, and they go from there. So that's what I did. He broke on top. I say, okay, let's go with him.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you find the journey to this point, obviously having the summer of your career, do you find that aggression has really kind of taken you there a bit when getting horses in that forward position going forward?
Yeah, I think so. When you have the horses and you put it where they wanted to be in a good position, I think you have a lot of options to win more races. So that's what I'm trying to do every day when I got a chance, you know.
Absolutely. You'll be aboard My Guns Loaded for trainer Chad Brown in the Alabama on Saturday. You've been aboard for both of her victories. She is stretching out in distance. From your perspective, do you find she's a filly that can get this 1.25 mile distance?
Yes, I think so. I mean, and we chat on on the side. I think he's a tremendous trainer, one of the best in the game, and I think we in good shape in Saturday.
Well, congratulations here. Best of luck the remainder of the week. I'm sure we'll be talking to you again here in the winner's circle, Manny.
Thank you so much.
Manny on fire, Lafitte, and really nice to hear of the confidence in that Alabama contender this Saturday.
Yeah, if I'm part of team counting stars in any capacity, like I'm not comfortable with Manny riding in the race, period.
I mean, I think, he's riding this sort of a bit of an unknown. Not an unknown that this horse has run 2 very fast figures for Chad Brown. Not quite as fast counting stars, but not that far away. So he probably is the biggest threat in that sense because she has some upside in there. But, Manny, you think about Manny, and listen, when John Panagot, his agent, and Manny gives John as much credit as he deserves, which is a lot, took over, one of the biggest things was John's relationship with Chad Brown. And it got Manny much more into that barn. Now, I know Chad Brown very, very well. If Manny wasn't riding well for him, he could be his best friend in the world, and he would not ride Manny. So the fact that he's ridden for him, but ridden well for him, and Chad's gotten more confidence in him, has given Manny more confidence, and it's spilled over to the rest of his game. And right now, he has made it very clear he's every bit as good as any rider in that room.
In the last few summers, we've watched him go from, lucky and happy to be here to no, like I belong here. There's a certain presence and confidence about Manny Franco that you could see just in that interview.
Yeah, I mean, you would be easily able to say this is his breakout meet as far as Saratoga goes. And that's exactly what it is. And the horse he's riding in the Alabama, My Guns Loaded, is going to be transitioning from 1 mile to 1.25 miles. There could be massive improvement if that's what that horse wants, as well as massive, going backwards in talent if they don't want 1.25 miles. That's what you're playing if you play that horse.
But if you're Manny, you're willing to roll the dice in that situation.
Yeah.
He certainly wasn't going to be riding counting stars. And what's really happened this summer in Saratoga is he's ridden here the way he rode in New York, where he's been dominant over the last few years. And that's what's really changed. And I'll tell you something, he's around 10-ish back of Jose Ortiz. I'm not sure how much Jose is going to be riding here the last week. So don't kid yourself. Manny is very much in the hunt to win this meet, and that would be
likely
an awesome achievement.
At Kentucky Downs, Jose Ortiz, the leader in the clubhouse for now, and riding out of his mind as well. We turn the page. New York breds, $35,000 maiden claimers. Back to the main track, 2-year-olds. Andy, would you do the honor after handing out the winner in the last race?
Well, if you can tell me who has the good form in this race, Tom, you might be even cleverer than in the first race because there's just nothing to go on, and which leads people to want to bet first-time starters, right? And that's why Max Onitas with Jose Ortiz taking so much money. I'm going to hope that Park Ridge, the second-time starter for Bill Mott, I know that The good news is I don't think he can be worse than he was in his debut. So there's an enormous amount of upside for him. And kind of had to look for a Bill Mott horse dropping down second time that'll run a lot better today.
There are 3 first-time starters in this race, and I used them all just based on the fact that it's very difficult to pick a winner out of the horses that have already run on resume.
You've already been punished, though, for leaving my top choice out of the second race.
I have been punished, Andy. You spanked me.
You know, I put those up on the website like on Monday. You could have looked. It's kind of disrespectful. It just shows.
Well, I've been looking at those on the website. I've been looking at the comments.
And that's why there are no comments on the website.
Still. Oh no. All right. Didn't have. That's right. Turn the page. Coming up. One of the bigger stories going into the Alabama. Rod Ortiz Jr., who's been piloting Counting Stars. And this was a week ago Saturday, Whitney Day, Tom. Arad Ortiz aboard and the runner is banged up pre-race.
Yeah, and the runner is also back in, as a matter of fact, not Sunday. Just Irad.
Jose's riding this one. Yeah. Irad's riding the other one for Mark. He said, no, thank you.
So horse and rider seem to be okay, and they're going to get back going again. I know Irad is ready to get started, that's for sure.
I hope he's able to get back. Obviously, we'll know for sure when he rides on Saturday. I know they're planning on riding, and I hope he does. Because
I asked Richie,
it's got to suck for him, man.
Assuming that his ankle's not 100%, how difficult is it to ride a horse? And he said it's a lot easier than even walking. So if you see him limping to the jocks room, don't necessarily think that means he can't ride. Because Richie said, look, I've ridden with those kinds of things, and I've been able to ride just fine.
Richie in communication with his agent, Steve Rushing, yesterday, and says, yes, plans to be here on Saturday, a couple of mounts before the Alabama, and then the date with Counting Stars in Saturday's marquee event. Also, Rod Ortiz, a big win in the Jim Dandy with Renegade as we get closer to the DraftKings Travers a week from Saturday. A look back. Andy, do you feel any differently about Renegade now after the Jim Dandy than you did, say, leading up to the Jim Dandy?
No, I mean, not really. I mean, I've always thought he was a good horse. My biggest problem is I think he's a little bit overrated. But he's a very good horse. He's clearly one of the best 3-year-olds in the country. My question with you, Tom, is talking about distance. I'm not fully confident he gets better at a mile and a quarter. I think he's good at a mile and a quarter. I think he may be better at a mile and an eighth.
Well, take that for what you want. I mean, in the Kentucky Derby at a mile and a quarter, he just got beat on the line. Of course, he did get outfinished by his brother. But, with this horse, Renegade, this race, as well as the Kentucky Derby, I thought they allowed him to do what he wants to do best, which is really lay back. And I mean way back. You watched him in the Derby as well as in this race. He was so far behind the lead horses, you were wondering if he was going to even make any run at all. And he had a big burst in both those races.
There are a few jumps, Andy. You're wondering if he's ever going to pick up his feet in the Jim Dandy Renegade.
Yeah, I looked at it a little differently. Irad was riding with such enormous confidence, just sort of lagging back in the field. He felt no sense of urgency, and I find, especially with riders of that caliber on good horses, when they're riding like that, you just get a feeling they know that they have a ton under them.
Todd Pletcher's 3 Travers winners. Each of them won the Jim Dandy first before capturing the Travers. Will Renegade be the 4th? As for Golden Tempo, Derby winners, Tom, like normally, don't have to make statements after winning a Derby. He kind of did, and did so with a bullhorn in the Belmont Stakes.
He did, exactly, Lafitte. This was a race where the pace was mild, and Golden Tempo used the same style from way back and was able to overcome that mild pace and show a brilliant late run. I think this stamped him as the top 3-year-old going a distance of ground at this stage of the game.
No question about it. I mean, he's an overwhelming favorite to be the Eclipse winner. Here's the biggest, most likely scenario, which I'm not saying is, I think this is likely at all. I guess if the Preakness winner runs in the Travers and were to beat him, and then they both run the Breeders' Cup Classic, and one of them finishes 2nd or 3rd even without winning, maybe that gives him the edge. But man, I don't know. I wouldn't be looking to bet against this horse to win that title.
Didn't the Preakness winner, who Napoleon Solo, didn't the connections say they're going to run in the Travers?
Last night it was 50-50. You could have changed since I last heard. I hope he does. He should run in there.
Summers stated that.
Should run in there. I think that's great. It's shaping up. And that's the thing. And this is no knock on Golden Tempo. And I think we all feel similarly. And any of these horses, they're good horses. None of them are running such an astronomically high numbers that people are going, I don't want to face that horse. It's not like Englishmen. They're not running so fast. So the race is going to be big, going to be a wide open field. I'll tell you, the most interesting horse in the race might be, is it Sea Strike? The horse who won the Curlin winner. Now, I'm not going to declare him the best 3-year-old in the country going long off one race, but that one race last time, man, did he run.
And the figure came back very strong in that race. The negative would be that other curling runners, which is a restricted race, as you know, that have moved on to the DraftKings Travers. They have not
V-Day was the one winner that came back. On the other hand,
but
this one will probably be a shorter price than a lot of the horses that won
agreed,
that race.
Agreed.
DraftKings Travers, you'll see it live on Fox. As always, a centerpiece of activity every summer here at Saratoga, a week from Saturday. Alabama this week, championship implications and counting stars with a stranglehold on the division. And don't look now, less than a month. The new, reimagined, rebuilt Belmont Park, opening day mid-September. Forever Young will be there. Sovereignty will be there. We'll be there for the opening day Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Million two, right there, 1,200,000.
Baeza gets his moment in the sun in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Chancer Mick Patrick wins the Champagne impressively.
Spectacular display from Scottish Lassie, who's in front by 15 lengths.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Kankura or portfolio duration. Portfolio duration. Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. And Title Roll is in a very, very close photo. King of Gosford. Sal Cordobes will win the Sword Dancer.
Starlust! Program trading and naval power. What a thriller photo!
What if you didn't just watch horse racing, but own the moment? With Bond Racing Stable, you can experience the thrill of ownership without the full cost or commitment. It's easy in a racing partnership with Bond Racing Stable. They do all the work while you get access to the backstretch, morning workouts, the paddock, and the winner's circle. Whether you're new to racing or a lifelong fan, Bond Racing Stable makes it easy to get in the game. Don't just bet on the race, get in the winner's circle. Contact Bond Racing Stable and ask about a racing partnership today.
We can't necessarily have horses talk to us and have them tell us how they're feeling. We need to be able to read their body language. There's some positive and negative behaviors that you can observe in the paddock to give you an inclination of how a horse is going to perform on a particular day. Yeah, here we have a horse that is just doing way too much. And you can tell that she's a bit of a nervous type, she's hot, she's a bit lighter framed. And so horses like this, I just find don't necessarily, literally, have enough energy left in the tank to see out a race. So as you take a look at the 4, you can tell that he is tugging at his groom, and just that forward posture, that forward demeanor is something I like to look for with horses, especially ones that on form have shown speed, because that generally translates to gait speed. Here we have an example of a young horse who is green. He is overreacting to his surroundings in the paddock, meaning that he's not focused and not used to the proceedings that happen before a race. He's going to need a start to learn to relax and harness his focus. Okay, taking a look at this horse, this is really good behavior, and this is a young horse. She is nicely on the bridle. She's accepting that contact. So in tune with her handlers, well behaved, just doing everything like a professional athlete.
What to look for in the paddock: behavior, body language, potential signals that could lead to an indication of performance when it matters on the racetrack. New York breds in the paddock, 2-year-olds of the $35,000 maiden claiming variety. We welcome Acacia Clement to the broadcast right behind us in the paddock. Acacia Maxonitis live on the board, and then some, the first-time starter.
Absolutely, Lafitte. And we'll take a look at the 3 first-time starters in this race who do debut for a claiming tag. And I think it kind of makes sense for each of them as you look through, beginning with Maxonitis, which I believe is how you say the name, as he did work 10-3 at the OBS June sale and sold for $40,000. So the fact that you do see him debuting for 35, I think makes a lot of sense. He's been very laid back here in the paddock, quite typical of a Steve Asmussen firster by Drain the Clock, who's 3 for 25 with his progeny so far, 2 of those being first-time starters. And there is actually a bit of pedigree for this one, though. He's off to a multiple stakes winner, Don't Give Up the Fight, who is a good dirt sprinter, and the dam sister to Fear the Cowboy, who was a multiple graded stakes winner, sprinting on the grasses, or sprinting on the dirt as well, I should say. I wish he was a little bit more energetic. Like I said, typically Steve's horses are very subdued and chill in the preliminaries, but especially for a 2-year-old firster sprinting, I'll watch him out there on the track. But he did seem to be training quite sharp over at Churchill Downs. To his inside, the number 2, Boer War, debuting Fort George Weaver. Now, he does not necessarily have the most win early pedigree on the top, being by War Dancer, who you typically think of with his progeny sprinting on the turf, but he is just 4% with his first-time starters, 2% with 2-year-old first-time starters. So typically his progeny need a race or two. But this one does debut wearing blinkers, which he has been training with as well. You can watch his most recent workout on First TV, where he was a little bit slower from the gate, but he just pulled up and I thought finished pretty strong throughout the work there, wearing those blinkers in the morning. He has some size to him. I think he's well spotted. But like I said, pedigree-wise, maybe gives you the inclination that you might need a start. And he is a big, burly individual, quite a typical War Dancer physique as well, though. As far as the bottom side, there is some win early pedigree with his dam winning at 2. The number 6, Madden Blue, debuting Fort Linda Rice, sold at the OBS March sale for just $50,000, but did work 10 flat. It was a bit high-headed in that workout, a little bit erratic, and had to be asked to finish. So I think a case where the time doesn't really show the whole story. He was very sharp coming in here. He does not lack for energy. And he is a horse for Linda Rice, which makes sense, that might need a start as well, just to kind of tuck up a little bit in his hind end, bring that top line up a bit. But a horse that does seem to know why he's here and be excited for his job coming up. Not much pedigree to suggest, and he is the son of Cupid, but he's a horse that clearly has a little bit of early speed. If that 2-year-old sales work is any inclination, we'll see if he shows it in his debut on the racetrack, Lafitte.
Manny Franco, Acacia to ride, looking for back-to-back wins on the Thursday program. Madam Blue, Jose Ortiz to ride the favorite, Maxonitis. There he is. And Ortiz, as you look at his mounts the remainder of the afternoon, Jose Ortiz, who's won 2 races the last 7 race days here at Saratoga. Mr. Consistency like clockwork, and something his brother is accustomed to. Andy, getting the Arad treatment from the handicappers, Jose Ortiz.
Absolutely. I mean, he's just getting tremendously overbet. He's also delivering, so it's not like he's not winning a lot of races. He's riding great. A horse like the 3 is a tough read for me. Obviously, it is not going to take a stakes winner to win this field in all likelihood. But it's Steve Asmussen, right? Jose Ortiz. This horse is going to be bet if he comes out there with 2 legs. So I don't know what the money means, Tom.
Yeah, look, number one, it's a light field of the ones that have run. You got 3 first-time stars with the scratch, but all 3 of those first-time stars are getting a little attention on the betting board, and I think the reason for that is because the ones that have started and have shown what they are don't look that special.
But if he's over bet, doesn't that create opportunity elsewhere?
Absolutely.
I'm alive in the double with the 4, and I'm if somebody rolls their eyes when I say I picked the 4, I'm not going to say I disagree. But looking up Bill Mott, for what it's worth, I mean, it's not a stat because it's only 3 starters. He is 2 for 3 at Saratoga with making maiden special weight to maiden claim or dirt sprints in their second start. So he's 2 for 3. So he's had some intention. And doesn't this horse just look to you like a horse that Bill ran? He doesn't win with a lot of first-time stars. His son won with an impressive first-time star in that race. And now he's dropping this horse where he belongs. And if I'm right about Park Ridge, I think he'll be very forward. Is when Bill's horses, they sort of make that second start and they drop down and they're live, they're forward. It's not just Bill's.
That
a lot
August
of trainers.
9th work over the turf course, I think that was Mott's, last ditch effort to say, okay, maybe he likes the grass. Let's see it. They didn't think so. So it's like, okay, now it's time to put him in where he can maybe meet some friends that are of the same level.
I agree. He's a $45,000 yearling purchase. The 3 is a $40,000 2-year-old purchase. Neither one of them are dropping precipitously here. They're running in realistic spots.
Kaleem Shaw's Park Ridge, you saw the colors. Dortmund comes to mind. Third in the Derby, Santa Anita Derby winner, Bayern. Breeders' Cup Classic winner. Let's see what Park Ridge does facing softer company. Let's meet the field, starting with Medieval. New barn, first time for sale.
Yeah, I mean, just has done absolutely no running and tried different things. And as much as I respect the Cantermachi's, Amelia Green's pretty good.
Number 2, the big burly Boer War.
Yeah, one of the 3 first-time starters in this race, 9-2.
Maxonitis 6-5 with Jose Ortiz.
I'm waiting to see the Drain the Clocks win some races. This one's taking a lot of money. Probably a lot of it's Jose and Asmussen money, but could easily be the right horse.
Park Ridge, Andy's top selection.
Yeah, and this is the horse that we were just talking about, Bill Mott's, moving into maiden claim for the first time.
Madden Blue. Manny Franco looking to go back-to-back.
That horse was saddling right behind us. I watched him. Man, this horse looks fast. Physically, he looks very, very strong. He got my eye.
Lone Ranger, 1 start, now for sale.
Yeah, well, if I can make a case for the 4, I guess I could make a case for this one too, right? Aren't they kind of brother and sister in the struggle? The way they both ran first time out. So, and I always pay a little extra attention to Mel Giddings up here, who knows how to win races in Saratoga, that's for sure.
New York bred 2-year-olds, graduation day for who? Race 3 next, Saratoga, 8-race program, pick 6 gets started here. Another look at Park Ridge, as you mentioned, trained by Bill Mott. And a win here would not be the biggest of the meet this summer for Mott. Sovereignty, back in fine form. The horse of the year, Tom, in that stirring performance in the Whitney a couple of weeks back.
Yeah, he really showed that his 3-year-old season was not a fluke and that he was, if not good, but a better horse as a 4-year-old. And he had to do it, Andy. He'd had a couple of starts. He was heavily favored in both of those. Didn't get to the line in front. This was a dominant and special performance.
Yeah, I mean, I thought people were a little rough on his first 2 starts. I thought that he still ran very well in those races. There were years where those losing efforts would have been good enough to win races like the ones he was in. This is not an easy year. And what he showed in the last race is that he still can be the dominating horse he was, and it sets up one hell of a showdown on opening day at Belmont.
Isn't that been the story of his career? The overreaction to the good performances and then the overreaction when he gets beat.
Isn't that the story of horse racing in general? I think people overrate wins and often underrate losses, and I think you have to look at the performance as much, if not more, than the finish. If you own him, you train him, you bet him, you want him to win, but that doesn't mean that you can necessarily not discount losing efforts.
I heard he's throwing a housewarming party mid-September at the revamped or reimagined Belmont Park.
I mean, that place looks awesome with a capital A.
Day 1, Jockey Club Gold Cup. Sovereignty and Forever Young head to head. Not a bad opening act.
I hope I'm able to be there.
I mean, to me...
What the hell else are you going to be?
Yeah. Forever Young, to me, is the best older horse in the world at a distance of ground. And he's shown it time and again. Should have won the Kentucky Derby, in my opinion.
Agree.
But this is going to be a battle royale. I'm really looking forward to this.
And this is a 10.5 month later makeup for what we missed in the Breeders' Cup last year. And whether or not Forever Young would have won last year, we'll never know. But we'll get an idea of how they match up now.
The fact that he's maintained his level of excellence throughout the entirety of his career, Forever Young, earned around $30 million. We'll see him opening day via the Horse of the Year Sovereignty in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. To Acacia.
Absolutely cannot wait for that opening day. So much to look forward to. As we'll take a look at the ones with experience in this race, beginning with the 4 Park Ridge. Yeah, he did no running first time out. But honestly, he just looked best in here. Andy, I'm sorry we're landing on the same horse, but I just thought that he looked like the one with experience. The muscle definition shows, the professionalism shows. He has been kept moving nonstop by Jose Lezcano out there, and he showed no speed first time out, and he just never really looked comfortable taking dirt in his face, fading on the left lead. Watching his workouts, he did work on turf as well for Belmont, as Jose really seems to be trying to rev his engines. I am hoping that that's because he wants to try to wake him up a little bit. He seems to be moving okay from what I could observe out there, but yeah, he has kept him going in that warm-up. He did not work well on the turf, and I think Belmont, being realistic, dropping him down in class, and keep my eye on him as we're really trying to work through something out there in that warm-up with Jose Lezcano aboard. Now, the number 7 towards the outside, Lone Ranger, incredibly fit second time out for Mel Giddings. This is a horse who was super green first time out, very distracted. And while he is forward once again in here, he is way more settled and focused. You can absolutely see the impact of having had a start under his belt. Same thing, he was off slow, high-headed at the back first time out. This drop in class makes a lot of sense for him. And like I said, mentally, I think he has moved much more forward in his second start. And I think he is too big a price, especially compared with the 4, who's 3-1. Quickly on the 1, Medieval, as he does make his first start for Ilkay Cantermasi. No, he has shown no finish thus far, but he is a big speed play, especially if one of these first-time starters shows early speed. This guy is very quick from the gate, has done that on both turf and dirt. And one thing I did observe is that last time out, Amelia closed in his blinkers a lot more. They're just a shortcut cheater cup on today, so he's a lot more open to be able to see his surroundings. Slight equipment change, drop in class, back to the dirt. We'll see if that helps him see it through, Lafitte.
Medieval, overlay 12-1. Getting back to Park Ridge and what Acacia was talking about, and watching Lezcano trying to get him going, like watching somebody in their car turning the ignition, and it just won't turn over.
Yeah, or waking up in the morning after a big night at Saratoga. You know, it takes a little while to get going.
Do people still turn the ignition anymore? I think it's over, right? What are you still? You're still in your covered wagon there, Lafitte?
Watch the 6 horse. If the 6 horse runs to his looks,
even I know, and I barely drive.
This horse is going to be fast out of the gate, the 6, if he runs to his looks, and by that I mean his back end, his engine. Really powerful look to me.
7-5, Max Onitis, Frank Mirmati with the call. Race 3, Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
One more. Lone Ranger going up. Right up to the gate. All set. And they're off, and Medieval very fast away from there and overcomes that inside post in a hurry. Here's Boer War, who actually ends up inside him and comes to take the lead. They're followed by Lone Ranger in 3rd. And then it's Park Ridge 4th, has about 4 lengths to make up, a length and a half back to Max Onitis, and the trailer is Madden Bleu. They're heading to the half-mile pole, and it is Boer War, the quickest of the quick, bounding away with a 3.5 length lead through a quarter that went in 22. And basically 3/5 of a second. Medieval under pressure. Park Ridge is inching up on the inside. Those two are head and head with less than 3 furlongs to run. Max Onitis is in 4th, 7 lengths behind Boer War. And Ricardo Santana Jr. takes a peek back. They went the half in 46-2, and that peak will show him Park Ridge getting closer and on the rail. Here's Max Onitis picking ground up as well. They're in the final furlong. Boer War, 2-length lead. Park Ridge trying to run him down, and here he comes. And Park Ridge gets to him and starts to pull away nicely. It will be Park Ridge scoring by 3. Boer War second best. Max Onitis was 3rd.
A really good call. Ricardo Santana checks the rear view on Boer War, and he sees Park Ridge. Acacia, Andy, zeroing in on this one. Parkridge for Bill Mott and Jose Lezcano. Good to see Jose Lezcano with a winning ride.
Yeah, Jose's starting to come alive with a few wins over the last few days of racing. Source had a little trouble at the start. I'll say one thing. Boer War's the fastest dirt runner for War Dancer in history. I mean, they don't usually have that much speed and just sort of ran out of a little gas late, but Jose kept working. He saved all the grounds and did everything right after a rough beginning.
You know, and it did take a little while for the engine to get started on Park Ridge, but once it got started,
finally turned over.
He could hit the accelerator pretty good. Let's watch the start again, particularly as it concerns one of our first-time starters, the 6-horse. He had a lot of trouble in that first eighth mile, getting bounced around a little bit. Pay attention to that 6. What's going to happen? The 7-horse is going to really wipe him out right through this area right here.
Still waiting.
Well, you just got to wait for it. Wait for it.
Wait for it.
Wait for it.
What he did there was he slammed into my horse. That's what your horse, you slammed into mine. I think that was intentional by you, Tom.
Andy, you got to
I think you were sending like those brain messages.
Life comes at you fast, Andy. Be patient.
After that hip check, Parkridge and Boer War, he had created some separation. Parkridge, Tom, went out and got him.
Went out and got him. Parkridge, that's actually, you know, we talked about Mott's second time out. Finishing up nicely here. Look, for a New York bred, I think it's the kind of horse I wish I'd claimed for $35,000.
Parkridge, many. Jose Lezcano at 3-1 over Boer War, the favorite. Max Onitis, did you notice anything in terms of the first-time starter in his performance?
He had no speed, he didn't break very sharply, he moved up a little bit. Listen, I don't want to be too harsh, but I don't know how too many of us want to bet too many horses out of this race. I'd tell you the horse I'd rather bet, Tom, the 6. Because Linda Rice's horses often need a start first time out, and I don't really care the quality. You know what I mean? I might be inclined to give him a chance second time out. I don't want a horse that ran
halfway through the race.
Right.
They weren't asking the horse at all.
Right, the race was over.
So they're just going to let him coast on in and save him for next time.
This does not have the feel of a key race, but you never know when they're going to pop up.
Good to see that smile again from Jose Lezcano. And winning trainer Bill Mott live with Acacia.
As they're heading into the winner's circle, so we'll do this really quickly here. Bill Parkridge, Jose Lezcano really worked for that one, getting his engines revved.
He did. The horse maybe finally got his mind on business the last eighth of a mile, and, you know, he rode him well and got the job done.
Knightsbridge going out this weekend for the Pacific Classic. I know he's drawn to the outside, but it seems like a good spot to find out about the distance.
Yeah, you know, it's an experiment, trying the 1.25 miles, and we've got to find that out. You know, nothing's written in stone that he can do it, but we've got to see it on the racetrack on Saturday. Horse is doing well. He gave a good indication that he handles the 2 turns well when he ran at Monmouth the last time. Very fast race, and hopefully, you know, we can do it again.
Thanks so much, Bill.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
How often does that happen, Tom? Like Knightsbridge forced Bill Mott's hand into running in the Pacific Classic when the forego was the plan based on just how fast he ran in the Monmouth Cup.
Well, I mean, it's a beautiful surprise. And as trainers, we're always experimenting, trying different things. I mean, when it happens, it's a great feeling.
It's the most intriguing horse running this entire week, I think, just to see if that race was for real and how well he can run out there at 10 furlongs. It's going to make an interesting race that much more interesting.
Terrific edition of the Pacific Classic. You'll see it Saturday evening out west. We're on site on Fox Sports 1. Mott to celebrate this one. Lezcano to celebrate this one. Park Ridge graduates 4-2, 3-1 in the third of 8 at Saratoga.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Man O' War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Back at Saratoga. Saratoga Live on FS2, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Park Ridge graduates Kaleem Shaw's Park Ridge. Not bad, Andy. Winner in the second. Light Fantastic. Park Ridge here.
It's no Bayern.
No Bayern. No.
He didn't
bother 11 horses leaving the gate. He did own Bayern.
I'm going to tell you something. Bayern's Woody Stevens was one of the great performances in a 3-year-old
He go
state.
from there to the Haskell?
Sounds right. Sounds right.
For Baffert?
He won the Pennsylvania Derby.
Pennsylvania Derby.
When they made California Chrome a huge favorite. Big speed track.
Some bumping, some jostling in the start of that Breeders' Cup Classic. Bayern made the lead, never looked back. Park Ridge, perhaps not as fast, perhaps not as talented, but Tom does graduate in his second career start.
Does indeed. Look, I mean, we talk about it all the time. You get a start under your belt, the trainer kind of learns what he likes or doesn't like out of that first start. You usually see the most improvement out of a barn from a horse that goes from his first start to his second start.
And not to make too much of it, Jose gave him a perfect ride. You know, he got bumped a little bit, but he got him the rail, he saved ground the turn, he angled out in the stretch, and I'm going to remind people that I know he's struggling this meet, but Jose Lezcano can ride with anybody.
Park Ridge. We march forward. More 2-year-old, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home to #1 sires Into Mischief, Omaha Beach, Vacoma, and Yaupon, the leaders of their sire classes in 2025. Andy, shoot till you miss. Who do you like in this one?
I've smoked out the first-time starter that's 4-5 right now. I tell you, you can't fool me.
It's a hell of a name for a 4-5 favorite.
Cash burn, that is. I got to ask Seth about that.
My lifetime motto.
Right. Anybody that's played the horses has burned their share of cash at one time or another.
Cash burn 4-5 early on. Your thoughts, observations?
So the workout report showed that this horse has been doing very, very well in the morning. He's got a 6-horse field, 4 first-time starters in the race. By far, the horse that comes into the race showing the most ability based on the morning workouts.
And I will say that I was talking to Chad Brown just the other day, and he had mentioned that he was running, that this horse was pretty good. So, I mean, it doesn't mean he's going to win, but he did have some positive things to say about it.
Very live on the board. Odds on early on. Cash burn about 23 minutes to post. And for Brown, locked and loaded to pad his stats in the Ballston Spa. Frankie Dettori with the flying dismount. Just four of his wins so far in the Ballston Spa, and a shot to take down another on Saturday. You'll see it on Fox.
This is what you get when all your wishes come true.
Cody's Wish right alongside, down to the wire. Cody's Wish.
The Horse of the Year trophy. Cody's Wishes Horse of the Year trophy. Start the quest for your award.
Cody's Wish has rocketed past. Cody's Wish is drawing away. Cody's Wish.
His first yearlings are selling now.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life, and Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Lady Eli
still on hold, looking strong. She needs a place to go. Where's she gonna go? At the top of the stretch, Dickinson in front on leave. Lady Eli will come to the outside. Antono is down the center. Roca-Rojo is set down to Lady Eli. Lady Eli has taken the lead. Dickinson is next. Roca-Rojo finishing fast on the outside, but it's the resilient Lady Eli winning the Boston Spa.
You weren't a fan of Lady Eli. Like, go follow another sport to follow. I don't know what to tell you.
I remember her debut where she got one by a nose and she looked like she had no chance to win, and she ended up being really one of the best female turf runners we've seen in many years around here, and beating Dickinson, who had her first foal, or one of his foals, run here, maybe her first foal just the other day. Obviously, she was a great story, an incredible story involving Chad Brown and Cherie DeVoe, but also an amazing racehorse.
Oh, God, she knew where the wire was, didn't she?
Man, that Belmont Oaks at 1.25 miles in her sixth career start was just wow.
It was just after that race of which she stepped on the nail, of which nearly led to her losing her life, and the fact that she was able to survive. Okay, but she probably won't be in training again or race again. The redemption, and for her to come back and to be that good after all that, nothing short of miraculous.
Remarkable story. And Chad Brown told me he's never watched the Breeders' Cup filly and mare distaff, a turf that she lost by a nose.
Queen's Trust Reader with
he's
Frankie.
Never watched it. It just was too painful to watch. John Sheriff had said the same thing to me about Zenyatta's one lost as well, but she was a good one.
The credit of getting her back off of that injury goes to Cherie DeVoe. Chad Brown gave her a lot of credit for that.
Oh, for sure. I mean, for sure. No question about it.
So to go with his 11, Diana's Chad Brown, 8 wins and counting, a record in the Boston Spa. You'll see it on Fox just after 6 o'clock. You talk themes of races, Andy. What's the theme of this year's Boston Spa?
Well, I mean, I think in this case, Segestas is the horse to beat. You know, I know she got away with a moderate pace in the Diana. She might just be better than these horses. So the question of the theme of this race is, can anybody step their game up enough? And Scalable at 4 to 5 is an MTO. Anyone step their game up enough to beat her? I think Ozera is going to run better. I think Deep Satin are going to run better. I'm just not sure anybody's as good as Segesta.
And what about Segesta shortening up a little bit from that
better
mile 8 to mile 16?
Yeah. Might be better even a mile, but I definitely think a last furlong is a half.
She did everything right here. Dylan Davis rode her here,
Great.
set the pace, really slowed it down well. And the only thing she didn't do was win, and that's because of this slingshot move you'll see in the yellow silks on the outside by Catherine and Marissa. Just ran great.
To beat her.
She's the best. She's the best filly and mare turf horse in the country. I don't think it's close at this point. I mean, her winning here, she sort of defied the dynamics of the race, right? Nobody else made up an inch of ground, and she came from last in there. That was some performance.
Ears pinned, battling, reaching for the wire.
She's good.
Took Kathy and Marissa to deny her. Same tactics? Do you expect to be employed? What does the race shape look like this time?
Be forward. I think that the Marcassi or the 5 will be the speed.
Yeah,
and there. She'll get her position. I don't think she needs to be in front, but she's a forward horse. She's the horse beat. I'm not trying to beat her, but I can understand. I don't think she's that exceptional that somebody couldn't be competitive.
Yeah, and
with her.
one more time, the 5 is what you're talking
she's
about.
She's the speed. I don't love her with the extra half furlong.
Right.
What are these statistics going to look like in the end for trainer Chad Brown?
Let's put it this
he's a
way.
very young trainer here. He's not playing power forward, right? He's a trainer that, with decades in front of him, 11 Dianas, 8 Boston Spas. Like, what will these numbers look like?
Well, we put them on the screen earlier, you know, the 8 Boston Spa. I mean, it's going to get to the point where you're going to have to use 2 screens. Yeah. I mean, you're not going to be able to put it on one screen.
Right,
it's just
you're
amazing.
Right. No, you're right. I mean, it's remarkable. And, you know, going out in his own in, 2008, I think, or 9, somewhere around there.
Somewhere there. Mira was 08.
Went to Oaklawn. Won one race and got disqualified. Talk about the indignity of that. And, you know, was really sort of nowhere. And then he won, I believe, a maiden claimer with Merrim as a 2-year-old. And that horse went on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. And the rest is sort of history. And it was shortly after that, a couple years later, that he hooked up with Seth Klarman. And, you know, Seth gave, I believe, like 10 or more trainers a handful of horses to sort of try to find horses.
Yeah.
Now, you've trained for Seth quite a bit, actually. I mean, even in that period, and had a lot of great success for him. Some of the parts.
Some of the parts.
A couple other good horses. A very good Louisiana bred that we have a funny story we won't tell about. And but Chad won that. And one of the, I think Chad, you know, Chad's season owner, and the one thing I don't believe that Chad will ever get the credit for that he deserves is he makes good owners better owners. Seth had owned horses for a long time, and he has won the Eclipse Award as leading owner. He's a perennial finalist, and that's what Chad Brown. Peter Brandt. When Peter was getting back in the game, he said to Chad, I might not even be the right trainer, right owner for you. I'm only going to buy a handful of horses. Chad said to me, this guy loves the game. We're going to win some races. He's going to buy more than a handful, and look what Peter's done. Chad is one trainer that treats his owners as well as you can treat them, and as a result, he makes them better owners, and that's good for the game.
Teaming up in this upcoming 4th race with a 2-year-old Cash Burn 4-5. Who did Merrim beat in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf? Ooh, quick. We have about 9 seconds. 8. Trained by Aidan O'Brien. Long shot. 5 seconds, Andy.
Pass.
4.
I'll never get it.
3. Heart-shaped. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Good as gold in the Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes. Golden Tempo looks to extend his dominance in the DraftKings Travers on Saturday, August 29th in Saratoga. Save $5 on admission when you buy in advance at NYRA.com/Travers.
This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Back at the Spa, Alabama Week, Saratoga Live. Brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Fire up that account. You can play the late pick 5 about to get underway. Starting with these 2-year-old Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, New York Breds. You're looking at the odds-on favorite, Cash Burn. Acacia's with us, and Acacia's going to tell you what she sees in the paddock and the influence of the name. Acacia.
Yeah, I got up with Seth Klarman just laughing about the name Cash Burn for a very short price favorite. And as you may know, most of Seth's horses are named with financial terms influence. And he said, basically, it's what a startup does, is burn cash, which I thought was pretty funny. But as far as this filly is concerned, she does seem like she is a good one. You guys touched on the workout. We're actually going to take a look at her work 2-back on August 9th, where she went 47-4 to go 4 furlongs, and she started a little bit behind her workmate and finished really well. I thought both of them working really nicely, and keep an eye on her company in this work too, because it was with a filly named Forever Karina, who was in on Saturday, the sister to Kentucky Oaks winner always a runner, and that does look to be a loaded maiden special weight this weekend. So seems like she's been keeping some good company in the mornings and doing it quite nicely. I really liked the way she's been training coming in here. She's out of a mare who was a good dirt sprinter. The other sibling was 0 for 9, but it seems like there is some quality with this filly who really perked up a lot once they got the tack on her. It was kind of like they lit a little bit of a fire, and she said, okay, I'm ready. It's game time. Love what I see from your favorite. The number 2, Dry Drastic, debuting for George Weaver, coming off of a very fast gate work where she did work in blinkers, which she will debut wearing as well, much faster than the workmate who was kind of pulled up at that start, and she just ran away from her company. She has been quick. They've worked her on the turf a few times as well. She looks perfectly well suited to the main track, and when you think upstart, you think more dirt as well. There is a pretty strong New York bred family in the second generation as well, and she's been sharp, especially once they got the tack on her. I do wonder if she wants to go a bit longer, though. She's quite big, and there is a lot of her, but clearly she is quick. Though number 1, Early Returns, comes in for Mike Trombetta, who is looking to be the 93rd trainer to win a race at Saratoga by early voting, who's been off to a sensational start, 7 for 37 with his progeny thus far, and very good with first-time starters. She galloped at the Timonium 2-year-old sale, and while she was kind of ridden in that gallop, I thought she moved really well, and there is some precocity in her pedigree too. Didn't love the saddling style. They finished her in the shed row, but all in all, nothing overly naughty. Maybe she's one that could kind of come together a little bit, get a touch more refinement in her, but she worked solo over here at Saratoga in her last breeze and never really seemed to be asked for anything. A filly that does seem to have some promise at a price from the rail of feet.
Could she be the filly? Luis Saez registers his 4,000th career win on. As you look at the favorite, Cashburn, trainer Chad Brown, 8-time Saratoga champion, trainer seeking a 9th, 3 clear of Linda Rice. Linda, who
she has soared
the gap in a hurry.
She has soared the last 4 weeks. Lafitte, you said it, and I looked it up, and you're correct. It was a slow start for her at the beginning of this meet.
5 for almost 60.
Yeah. She has definitely picked it up and then some. That's an understatement.
Yeah. As for Brown, it's just this wash, rinse, repeat. The bar is so high.
He'll need a couple of columns for that pretty soon.
He's also got a big stranglehold in the sires in this race. There's 2 early votings and a connect as well.
And the fact that, milestone watch, Luis Saez on Early Returns, 3,999 victories. Would have been 4,000 if not disqualified in the 2019 Kentucky Derby, which he handled with nothing but class.
He did.
And any milestone reached. As you know, your 4,000th win, Tom, yes, right here at Saratoga.
It was in a stakes race for Dean Reeves. Isolate.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. A sprint.
That was fun to cover.
We stopped running the race
and that was
after you got your 4,000th win. I don't know if it was related, but that race just disappeared.
It was a blast.
Erased it from the history.
That was a great day.
What race was that? What was that race called?
Will Louis rack up a 4,000th? We'll find out shortly with the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. 2-year-old fillies of the New York bred variety. There he is. Saez aboard. Early Returns.
Early votings have been very good. We haven't seen too many at this meet, and Mike Trombetta is a dangerous trainer. I think this horse could be a sleeper.
Number 2, the very sharp Dry Drastic.
Yeah, that's a tongue twister. We'll see how that goes. Getting bet on a little bit, this debut horse, 7-2.
Chicken Motion, Team Equistaff, first-time starter.
So I have to a few horses that could run a little bit. I went in different directions. Didn't love this horse's 2-year-old sales work, but Kelly Breen's a dangerous guy. He's already got a 2-year-old first-time starter winner here this meet.
Seth Klarman's debuting filly, Cashburn.
Yeah, look, has a great workout pattern coming into her debut today.
Secret Connection, like that she did take money in her first try.
Yeah, I don't like how she ran. I wish she
Somebody
ran
thinks she can
sort
run.
of better, but I agree. I picked her second for the exact reason you pointed out.
Early and Often did not take money in her first try.
No, this horse will be making a switch on surfaces as well. That horse started off on the turf, now goes to the dirt.
Mark Hennig looking for a second win today.
More New York bred, 2-year-olds. 2-year-old fillies this time. Late pick 5 starts here. Race for next Saratoga. And another look at the odds on favorite, Cashburn.
Yeah, I mean, one of the fun things about Saratoga, and there's a lot of fun things about Saratoga, is watching 2-year-old races and seeing first-time starters and seeing horses that go on and do some big things going forward now.
We got some good ones coming up this weekend.
Yeah, man, the 2-year-old races, the Colts and fillies on Saturday, it feels like there's some good ones in those races. There are 4 horses in the male division that sold for over $1 million.
In one race.
$5.8 million worth of one ran already, the flight line. Chad has 2 of them. But I agree, but this horse cost a lot of money, almost $400,000, bought last year. I don't know, probably the New York bred sale, maybe, or maybe the open sale. And Chad says a runner, horse is taking money. We'll see.
You're taking a stand, Tom, a shot, a swing against the odds-on favorite, yes?
Well, I mean, look, I think that's the most likely single in any sequence you're playing would be this 4-horse here. But, you know, things happen first time out in debuts. There's so many things you cannot simulate in the mornings as a trainer that are going to happen for a thoroughbred racehorse when they make their first start. Saddling in the paddock with a group of horses, going to the track in the afternoon alongside a pony, and warming up with a bunch of other horses, then getting in the gate with a big group of horses.
Yep.
Those are things we cannot duplicate in the morning. So a lot of it is wait and see and hopefully learn well.
You follow the track trends, Andy. Anything you noticed in the last day or so, or the 2 dirt races we've watched thus far?
No, I think we've been dealing with a fair track like we've been dealing most of the meet. I think there were a couple of days here and there where maybe you wanted to be a little bit off the rail at times. But for the most part, except for like the first day we got here in July, and it's never a surprise, and the track is sort of settling, we've had a very fair racetrack. We've certainly seen our share of horses make moves from the back, and it's a real tribute to Glenn Kozak and his crew. These courses, just keeping them very fair. Turf courses as well.
These New York bred 2-year-old fillies revving up. Acacia, Secret Connection in her second career start. Manny Franco looking for a second on the afternoon.
And she does have some experience, which, as we saw in the last race, especially with 2-year-olds, can often be a big benefit. And she's getting a big warm-up. Now, Secret Connection did actually wear cheek pieces first time out, so it's a little bit more open than a traditional blinker cup, but serves a similar purpose. So she was a little bit more closed in. Those do come off today for her second start, which I take as a positive. And seeing a 2-year-old debut with cheek pieces is not something you see very often in America. I thought that she's been training pretty strong coming in. She worked very well 2 back and watching that workout with a mate who is 0 for 2, but she's getting a big warm up out there from Manny Franco, and she just was totally taken for speed in her first start. And looking at the way he's warming her up, I think it's with a big intention to try to get her into the race a little bit more early on. She does act quick. She's pretty sharp in the way that she is put together, so we'll see if she can break better today, as I think that will be a big key for her. The 6 early and often also has experience, so on the turf she was had no speed early on, actually was put in a decent position before fading late. She's such a big filly. As I touched on with her sire early voting earlier, he's been off to a good start, but all of his winners so far have been on dirt, and he being a son of Gunrunner, you would imagine he'd be a stronger dirt influence. I am wondering, though, if she is a horse that just is taking some time to come to hand because of her size. Very long in her body. There's a lot of her. She's gotten a big warm-up from Javier Castellano as well. I like her switching to the main track. I'm just wondering if there is still a little bit of furnishing to do there with her, though she should appreciate a touch more distance today, Lafitte.
Early and often, Acacia. Trainer Mark Hennig saddled the winner of the opener, Essence LV. Looking for a second here. And then circling back to Secret Connection, number 5, and those cheek pieces, Tom, that Acacia was referencing. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, so, I mean, they're just another method of kind of limiting the vision that the horse has. You know, blinkers are more prominent here in the United States, but cheek pieces are starting to come in vogue. That we inherited them from Europe. My 40-year career, I never used them. Because I thought blinkers could do the same job, and I could do whatever I wanted with the cups in terms of giving the horse a lot of view versus closing him up a lot. But you know, hey, they're in vogue right now.
Whatever works. And with early and often at 6-1, Andy, looking at the board, it's been all cash burn throughout, 4-5, but Dry Drastic asserting herself. Handicappers.
Yeah, they're
money
really
showing up on Dry Drastic.
They're really betting that horse. And listen, George Weaver's record in Saratoga over the last maybe 10 years or more has been as good as any trainers you could find, especially the number of starters he has. Having said that, he has only won 3 races with 2-year-old firsters in dirt sprints. Exceptional. well, in turf sprints, and all 3 of them were off the turf races. Now, he did finish second in the last race, and it doesn't mean this horse can't win, but I think it's kind of an interesting stat.
The money's showing up. This might be indication. This could be the exception to that rule.
100%. But he's had some this meet have been bet and touted, and they have underperformed. So listen, George is an exceptional trainer, and I can't say enough about how well he does in Saturday. He points this meet like everybody, and he gets it done. But this is not what he does well. And I look at that, especially with successful trainers. I try to find the things they do well, but more importantly, things they're not doing well, because there's often a reason for it. Linda Rice has very dichotomous stats. She'll have great stats at things, terrible stats at others, and she's one of the best trainers in the country. How close attention, Tom, did you pay on day-to-day, week-to-week basis, like to your own statistics?
I got away from it. You know, the only time it really mattered to me was when there was a milestone that was made public. And somebody asked me the other day, how many wins did you have in your career? I was like, you know, I'm not sure what the exact number was. I know it was over 4,200, but I don't know what the number is. So I don't pay attention to those statistics.
I think a lot of trainers, it's been tough for trainers because it's only, 10 to 15 years that DRF started putting their percentages in. And you pay a lot of attention, and I get it. You know, owners are looking at the game. They say, I don't want to give it to that guy. He wins at 14. Why wouldn't I give the guy who's winning at 21?
Yeah, but it can be so misleading.
I mean, look at Bill Mott. I don't think anybody's going to argue that he's one of the greatest trainers in the history of the game. And one thing about Bill Mott, he does not care what his percentage is. He runs his horses.
But we should have an asterisk next to all those things, including mine, and that is, did they have the athletes? You have to have the athlete, and that makes all the difference in the world when it comes to percentages.
ROIs matter. You know, you see a trainer and he's 40% with this, but his ROI for every $2 bet's $1.50. It means he's winning 40% of the time, but he's winning with horses that are 6 to 5. That's not getting the job done, even with 40%.
Chad Brown trying to win with a 3 to 5 shot at this moment with Cashburn odds on for her debut. Frank Miramonti with the call. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day live on FS2.
Second to last. The last one is early and often. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Cash Burn comes out sweetly and will battle for the lead early and often on the outside, just in front. Here's Dry Drastic with very good early foot, and Dry Drastic is tugging it. John Velasquez to the front. Early and often now second, followed by Cash Burn, a joint third. Outside Early Returns, a 3-wide Secret Connection, and after a slow start, she can motion at the back of the field. 22 seconds flat for Dry Drastic, who takes them into the far turn, 3/4 of a length in front. On the outside, Early and Often, trying to challenge for that lead. 2 lengths back, Cash Burn, racing right next to Secret Connection. Dropping out is Early Returns, passed by Chic in Motion. The half in 46 seconds flat. Early and Often is up to take the lead from Dry Drastic at the top of the stretch, who's not done. And now Cash Burn barges through in between horses, and when the blink of an eye has put in a huge move. Cash Burn, as advertised, opening up 6, 7, 8. It'll be more than 10 when the smoke clears. Cash Burn by a dozen. Dry Drastic, Secret Connection, and Early and Often.
High-profile connections, high-profile debut. Wow, Cash Burn by many in the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day.
Take a close look when they turn for home at the 4 Cash Burn and Flavian Pratt. Pay attention to the rider's hands. He's sitting behind horses. He has a lot of horse. He's very quiet with his hands. You can see that on the 4 horse. And that's a sign that he hasn't asked his horse to run, because there's no place to go. But there's going to be a gap that opens up right here. There go Flavian's hands. He's asking for acceleration there, and he gets it immediately from Cash Burn. And you can see why this horse was so strongly bet. He is the best by far.
Yeah, he won like a 4 to 5 shot should, that's for sure. And Flavian was confident. He broke very well, but he was content to let the others sort of move ahead of him. The 2 set a pretty quick pace, all things considered in here, but when it was time to run, he was running and the others weren't.
Looking at her pedigree,
me.
it's just 1 star. Looking at her pedigree, and like, what is she designed to do? What should she thrive doing moving forward?
She's a Nyquist, so you would think the distance isn't going to be a problem for her. And obviously, you look at the speed figures and see how they match up, and you make a decision. Is her next start in New York Bred Company, and you point towards a race like the Maid of the Mist, a lucrative race on New York Bred Showcase Day, or do you get a little bit optimistic and take a shot in a race like the Frisette? I think it'll matter what the numbers look like and what the races are coming up like, but obviously she's promising. The final
just
time
to
wasn't that
perspective,
fast,
that's how
but-
good she might be. The fact that you're like, I don't know, maybe the Frisette?
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It's hard to know. She probably did not leave a bunch of future dirt stake winners in her wake. So I don't want to get too caught up. The time doesn't seem overly fast, but we don't know yet just how fast the
And
track
did
is
it the
going.
right way, though.
Yeah,
You
she
know,
was good.
really, really well educated into that race. Broke, as you said, broke very sharp, took back, was able to take some dirt in the face, sit behind horses, listen to her rider's commands. That's what
flinch
you want to see.
at the top of the stretch.
Yeah.
As
She was
Frank said,
professional.
barged her way through.
Yeah.
I mean, the New York Breds are definitely hoping that she runs in the Frisette.
Was it last year? New York Bred won the Frisette?
Sure, Iron.
Iron. Yeah, her.
Yeah.
Orchard.
Yeah,
she's
so
running
she's come back this year. with,
tomorrow at a mile and an eighth in the Fleet Indian. I like her. Steve Asmussen with crazy good numbers up in
Like doing everything?
Saratoga, stretching out on the dirt.
Chad Brown's not interested in Steve Asmussen's numbers stretching out on the dirt right now, Andy.
No, he does. He won't. There's no point in his life that he's actually interested in it. None. Zero. He's never had that moment. And that's probably how he feels about a lot of things I have to say, to be honest with you.
Seth Klarman, Chad Brown, Cash
Seth
Burn,
cares
to
what I
be
have to say.
excited about. That'll wrap things up for us before we go. Cap Calloway, the feature this evening.
I'm going to use a little at first and Jaxer. And if Jaxer gets overbet and a little at first, drifts up to 7-0 or 4-1, I might even bet that one to win. But I did pick Jaxer. I'm going to let Chummers beat me, and I hope if I lose that my friend Ray Handel beats me.
I'm going the other way. I'm going to go with Chummers. He's the now horse. Recently winning a stake, and I think coming off the bench has an advantage over the horse that is coming off the bench.
Did Flavien Prat and his agent make the right decision? Jaxer will find out this evening. The feature on this Thursday program. We're stepping aside. Greg, Richie, Paul up next. As you take another look at Cash Burn running away and hiding. Odds-on favorite delivering in the fourth at Saratoga as our coverage continues from the spot.
For 100 years, we've built tools to work in nature with legendary performance and quality to master every challenge. Tools for people like you who work like a pro with heart and soul. Built for nature, trusted since 1926. Steel.
In racing, bloodlines are kingdoms, and every kingdom needs an heir. Sired by Uncle Mo, Kings Barnes was chosen for greatness. An $800,000 two-year-old built like an empire. He defeated champion Arcangelo on debut, dominated the Louisiana Derby in his third start, and achieved a defining victory in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster. Kings Barnes, where the line of kings continues.
It's just super exciting.
This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
Kankura or portfolio duration? Portfolio duration! Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. And Title Roll is in a very, very close photo. King of Gosford. Sal Cordovis will win the Sword Dancer.
Starlust! Program trading and naval power. What a thriller photo!
We're back on Saratoga Live as we saw an impressive two-year-old filly winning on debut. Cash Burn, she did not burn any cash today, as I'm very pleased to be joined by her owner, Seth Klarman. Seth, you were kind of laughing about the name, but she took a lot of money and she really lived up to it with a very professional debut.
Yeah, no, so impressive. It was our first 2-year-old winner, and we're great to get her going and see what she can do.
For an owner, how special is it getting these 2-year-old wins? Because the dream is alive at this stage, right?
That's 100% right. That it's always just like spring training in baseball. There's always a dream, and when they continue on, you're really excited, and nice to see one validate our confidence.
Well, speaking of baseball, you said your stable's a little quiet this weekend, so it's a good time to go to a baseball game.
I'll be at the Red Sox over the weekend, I think. Yeah.
Well, we wish you luck. Congratulations. Great to see you here.
So much. Good to see you.
Lafitte? Oh, I'm very sorry. Lafitte is gone. Seth, thank you very much. As we will get ready shortly to welcome in our new crew up on the desk. But first, we owe you some prices. $362 for Cashburn. She delivered as the short price favorite. The Speedy Dry Drastic, maybe one to watch next time out, but no beating the winner, who was much the best in that fourth race. We'll have the late pick 4 coming up from Saratoga. We're sprinting on the turf, mating claiming in race 5 after this, and we will welcome in Greg Wolf and the rest of the crew on the desk after this.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2026 season proudly features a low player friendly 15% takeout on all daily doubles and pick 3s. Play our new $3 late pick 3 and $5 late double. First race 2 p.m. Fridays, 12:50 p.m. weekends. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
And they're off at Saratoga.
Welcome to Saratoga Springs, New York, and the premier meet in the country at Saratoga Racecourse. Valtellina looks imposing as a short price favorite in today's 6th. His former stakes winner gets significantly easier company after a grade 2 test last out. Stablemate, surprised with a stakes win in the Rick Violet. Can Chummers hold that form and go back-to-back for trainer Ray Handel? The division is hers. Can Counting Stars continue her coronation to year-end honors in the Alabama? Hall of Famer Bill Mott's been in this position before, the big favorite in the Pacific Classic. While Knightsbridge hasn't exactly rolled off 16 straight wins, he's perhaps the most intriguing older horse in the country after blitzing the competition at Monmouth in his last start. That and more ahead
on an exciting second half of this Thursday card here in upstate New York at Saratoga Springs, as we're 20 minutes to post. In race 5, Greg Wolf alongside former champion jockey Richie Migliore, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, and our feature to come later this afternoon, New York Stallion Series Stakes, Cab Calloway Division. Howdy, hey. Chummers, a little at first. They meet again, Mig.
Yeah, I think it's a really good addition of the Cab Calloway. Cab Calloway, a true horse racing fan. He's Aqueduct, a mainstay all the time. He loved it.
Yeah, and Chummers in a little at first. You're probably going to be maybe your first and second choice there. And Chummers was good last time out for Ray Handel. You know, draws to the inside, probably can get the trip. And I think the horse to beat is Chummers, but I think there's a couple others in there. But you look at the center racetrack. I was saying this yesterday. Look at the difference in the size of the horse here, Mig.
Oh, I mean, he's like 2 hands taller than his inside rival. I mean, just a huge horse on the outside of him, and he's just a tiny little guy fighting his way through. A very game effort there. I'm not identifying a tremendous amount of speed here, guys, so does that maybe favor a little at first the 3-horse, even though he was beaten, you know, pretty decisively by Chummers last time? Maybe he gets a little different trip this time?
I don't know. It's tough. I mean, Jack with it. You know, Jackster's the kind of the wild card horse here, Greg. Tremendous as a 2-year-old. Now first time as a gelding, first time a 3-year-old.
Back-to-back wins, including a stakes win to close out his 2-year-old campaign for a tremendous trainer in Graham Motion, and now the 3-year-old debut, Mig, and you expect to see that forward movement here coming back off the bench as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, you would expect just his 2-year-old numbers to naturally, with maturation, improve. But he's also by Slumber, a stallion that I like quite a bit. And he was a horse that got better with age and racing, so you would assume that his offspring would as well.
Yeah, you know, he put blinkers on him in his last 2 starts. It was the maiden special weight victory and then the notebook victory. So this horse is trending in the right direction. Will make his 3-year-old debut, and I think you got to read how the barn's going. Graham Motion's barn has been winning everywhere, from Del Mar all the way to here to Delaware, where most of his horses are at. Horse got a big shot today.
That's to come. 4:39 Eastern start time for that Cab Calloway Division New York Stallion Series. You can play all the action, including this 5th race coming up. We're just 18 minutes to post by getting signed up right there at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with the official betting app of Saratoga. Get a $200 deposit match new customer bonus by doing that. Just punch in spot 200, at sign up, and you're good to go right there at NairaBets.com. All right, 5th race, let's set it up. 18 minutes away as we take a look at the current field for this maiden claiming turf sprint at 5.5 furlongs. The 5 right now, Escapades, who's never been on turf, Mig. The favorite, drop in class for a horse who has 2 synthetic starts.
Well, getting that class relief, returning as a gelding, a bit of a makeover, has run okay on synthetic. And I know it's a distinctly different surface, synthetic to turf, but sometimes there's a correlation there. A horse runs okay on synthetic, it can transfer to turf as well. I just think the drop in class is what's kind of seeing him through as the favorite.
This is an interesting group for maiden 55. We'll talk about it in a little bit.
We're going to take a timeout. That's the man leading the way at the meet. What a summer indeed for Jose Ortiz, on pace to set a new single-season record here at Saratoga as he approaches 60 wins at the meet.
Whether it's competing on racing's biggest stages or in the sales ring, there's only one name to remember. Legion Bloodstock.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
And it's lights out, locked, pouring it on, running aggressively.
Here's Locked right alongside. It is Locked.
It's all about Locked, cruising home to an effortless rock. Nitrogen looming large with a quarter of a mile to go, takes the lead away from Lacara as Good Cheer angles to the center of the racetrack. Then Margie's Intention, they're coming to the 8th pole, and it's Nitrogen in front by 2. Good Cheer is trying to run her down. These are the 2. Nitrogen still full of run with a 16th to go. She's shifting about, but maintaining the lead while going wide. Good Cheer opts to go inside. Nitrogen and Jose Ortiz to win the Alabama.
Such a game group of connections. Mark Cassidy, DJ Stable saying, let's shift the best 3-year-old turf filly in the land to dirt. And Nitrogen, it wound up at a 3-year-old championship season. Alabama victory. Cassie said, at the time, going into that move, the best I've ever had of 3-year-old fillies. He's had some good ones, too. Lexi Liu, Wonder Gadot, and, of course, he has another good one this year, leader of this division with Counting Stars.
How good was Good Cheer? You go back and you look, right, a year later, and you wonder, wow, the only horse on dirt that's really been able to pass her is a horse called Sovereignty. So you look at Good Cheer, who's kind of getting to the end of that race. She was good, man. She was undefeated going into the Oaks, yeah.
Jose Ortiz will have a chance to tie the all-time mark in the Alabama another year. He's not have him out in this year's edition, but he's had a pretty good run in that one of 3 years in a row as well.
And he's a young guy. That's the thing that really amazes me about the jockey comedy in New York. They're so talented, but the core of it is so youthful. We've had great jockey comedies here, but most guys a little bit older. These guys still have so much of their prime left.
Yeah, listen, they've been so good for 10, 15 years now, and you look, and they're all kind of in their early to mid-30s, and you're like, wow. But they were phenoms at such a young age. And like I said this a lot earlier, you have a group of guys that have been kind of together, competing against themselves, and then you got Johnny V, who's just
the elder
statesman. Still doing it.
Yeah. Jose Ortiz will have a chance for number 59 at the meet on this one right here. The current favorite, Wesley Ward, imported to the U.S. for this debut coming up. The only start on turf, the debut at 7 furlongs, sort of slow in a stride. Did wind up 4th, although only a 6-horse field. We'll see if this one can improve on the turf here getting to the States as we go to Megan Burgess.
Hey there, Greg. Nice to hear your voice. And we'll start, though, with I'm a bit perplexed with how this race is currently being bet. The one taking a lot more money, Himothy, than I originally anticipated. But we'll start with the number 3, Oligarch, who's currently, to me, way too big of a price. As if he runs his 2 and 3 back efforts, he wins this race and does so pretty easily here, as he's looking to redeem off of a less than desirable performance last time out. And looking at him, he's just all turf sprinter, just very well meant in here. He's sharp and forward, albeit very professional, wearing that hood, blinker, and shadow roll. Strong overall, short coupled type. Definitely wants to do what he has been continuing to try to break through from, and that is sprinting on the turf. I wonder, trying to hypothesize the pace, if he's going to ultimately be a little bit more forwardly placed, as I find that's where he needs to be. We shall see. I do find the number 1, Himothy, has that early speed from the inside. And kind of when musing with Ron Moquette over the winter at Oaklawn, I asked, because Oaklawn Park obviously doesn't have turf racing, do you ever find this horse would perhaps get to the green stuff? And he said, Yeah, he's got the pedigree for it. That's for sure. He has been hammered from 10-1 on the morning line. He's currently 5-2. Ron Moquett looking for that first victory here in Saratoga since 2018. And this horse is very well met. He's always been that athlete that attracts the eye. A son of Yaupon. The dam was a maiden, but is a 1/2 to 2 winners, including one sibling that did win on the synthetic. He's got that Scat Daddy underneath him, the dam sire, and he's just a very strong, composed sort. We'll ultimately see. I do think he's an underlay currently, just considering this field and his body of work. But he had that really bad stumble at Oaklawn Park. It's very memorable that day after showing some speed. So we'll see if he can ultimately be forwardly placed from that inside draw, trying to kind of negotiate not an ideal post position. The number 7, Deported, for trainer Wesley Ward is the X factor, right? Getting favoritism, attracting that money, as Wesley Ward's horses often do. Albeit, I'm quite concerned with him as far as breaking from the outside. He hasn't shown a tremendous amount of speed in some of those European races, and to me, has had a lot of chances to break through when you really go through and watch those races. Very typical of Wesley's horses here. Well turned out, well meant with the pony, kept moving, nothing new. And trainer Wesley Ward in Saratoga in maiden claiming races on the turf, he is 0 for 8 the past 5 years. So certainly to me, it's something to heed as the current favorite. I don't have any issues with him physically. I just have an issue with him as he does make his stateside debut. Greg?
Maybe even more issues too, Paul. Wesley Ward, he's known for his speed. He gets his horses out of there. His horse has problems out of the gate.
Yeah, and listen, so horse got 2 starts since November. They gelded the horse in 2026. This is a tough read, and then you look, and now the horse gets first-time laces. I'm going to include the horse, but I thought the 1 and 5. I thought the 1 could be the speed in here. Himothy. 1, 2, 3 in race number 6. I think Valentina, obviously, or Valtellina, obviously, the filly to beat in there. I do think Sweetest Princess could reach back. Jose Lascano is riding well. 1, 3, 7 in race number 7. I like a little first, maybe to turn the tables. Then 2, 4, 8 in the last. Another European, or not a European horse, a horse that's coming here from Colonial, River Scene. I like that horse.
All right, good luck. You can use that QR code, play along with Paulie. $40.50 late pick for play that you have 8 minutes to put together a ticket for, over $121,000 in the pool coming on. This is an awfully short price. I understand it's Wesley Ward, but to take on one, too, coming from Europe, sometimes we don't see them quite adjust. Or do all that well first start in the States, and one who's shown already has problems out of the gate.
Yeah, I mean, it does come in off a gate work, so I'm sure they were trying to address those issues. But this is a turf sprint that I'm not identifying a tremendous amount of turf sprint speed here. So that could put this horse at a disadvantage if he doesn't break well, and that's been his MO so far.
Well, the gate's going to be a giant part of this race because I think the 1 is the fastest horse. The 7, you just don't know, right? But the 1 has also had some gate issues as well. 10th out of 11, 8 out of 10. Last time out at Ellis Park didn't break that well, but has shown speed. Oligarch is, has shown speed as well. If the 1 doesn't break and a lot of stuff happens in here, the 3 can land on the front end. In the 5, you just don't know what's going to happen first time gelding. So this race is a mystery in a complete box.
There's Kendrick Carmouche. He's on Himothy. Ron Moquett dropped this one last time out from turf to dirt into maiden claiming, but the 2 turf starts has shown a lot of ability and has been very quick on the grass, Meg.
Yeah, and I think speed is a commodity that is going to play, majorly in this race. I think you want a horse that's going to be forward from the inside. You get Kendrick Carmouche. He's aggressive. And listen, Ron Moquett's too good a horseman to continue to go on without winning in Saratoga. I think it's just the stock that he has to compete at this level here.
There's Miguel Clement. He'll have Escapades the 5, who's trying turf for the first time. The Dam was actually a first out winner sprinting on the grass and produced a runner that ran an 86 Spire sprinting on the turf as well. So there's pedigree to like it, and obviously has shown ability on synthetic and a new gelding as that one gets set for the 4-year-old debut coming up. Did not debut until November of the 3-year-old campaign.
Miguel Clement, 33% from maiden special weight to maiden claiming. Those 5 furlong synthetic race at Gulfstream Park yield, fastest type of horses. I do think the 1 And the 3 are the 2 fastest in there, but the 5, you just never know. First time gelding, first start as a 3-year-old, first time on turf. You know, 2 to 1. You know, when you look at this race, it's really hard to get to 2, 6, and 8. Nothing against those, but you have to pick between the 1, 3, 5, and 7 in here.
Here is our post parade. We'll start with speed from the rail for Ron Moquette, Himothy.
I think this horse is doing what exactly he wants to do and dropping in class. Last time he was on the dirt. It's a little bit of that Goldilocks effect. I think everything is just right. That's my top selection.
Post parade brought to you by the New Belmont Park. Horse Day open September 18th. Go to newbelmont.com for more info. Here's You Hear Me Now. Blinkers on.
Yeah, beaten by 55 lengths on the dirt, and now we'll go to the turf.
Oligarch showed speed, too. Back nearly went gate to wire.
Yeah, and then that was the only race, except for one other race, this horse has shown speed. What do you get today? Is this horse going to be more forward?
Here's the Miguel Clement first time on turf runner, Escapades.
Returning as a gelding, trying turf for the first time, the drop down. A lot of changes for this horse.
Sunshine Babalu is going to cut back in distance.
The horse didn't run that bad last time, but was so far out of it in a tepid pace. I just don't know how far back he's going to be today at 5.5 furlongs.
And the Wesley Ward favorite, State's debut for Deported.
The gate's going to be the issue if this horse can get away cleanly and put themselves in a decent position.
And Nada Tran, huge price, 2 back, did run third with a 58 buyer speed figure.
Yeah, that wasn't that bad against 2 ducks. He's been beaten by Oligarch a couple times. You know, 8 of 8 last time out, needs to improve.
So, back to Oligarch. And when this one showed that good speed, 2 starts back, fortunately did not back it up next time out. But this was the good effort that makes him a player.
Yeah, but, you know, digging a little deeper, right? This horse went 22-4, 46-1. That's not flying for a turf sprint. That's actually very sedate pace for a turf sprint. Ran well, wasn't able to hold on. But when confronted with faster paces, has not been able to produce that kind of speed.
It's a good effort, right? You're, what, 4.5 lengths clear of the 3rd place finisher, but then you come back at 65 cents on the dollar and just was wide the whole way throughout. And Edgar Zayas now will be aboard. I do think if the 1 who has had some gate issues, the 3 could land on the front end, but you just don't know what you're going to see from the 5. First start as a gelding in the 7, first start here in North America.
Edgar Zayas, you know, he was out for a little bit. He had his big toenail ripped off at one point during the meet. He's an aggressive rider, especially in the turf. So we'll see how aggressive he wants to try and be. I mean, look, bottom line, you're not quick enough to go with the likes of a Himothy from the inside. You're not quick enough, but he's going to try.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Zayas is a very aggressive rider. Think about Himothy. When he showed all that good speed with Flavien Pat, 3 back, 5.5 on the turf, he broke from the rail. Now, some people think it's counterintuitive to say a horse has gait issues, the rail's a better place. I'd rather be on the inside because you have more room to work with. If you're in between 2 horses, that's when you get bumped around or pinched back.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, it's a turf sprint. It's not that many in here, right? You do get a field of 7. And you do get a rider that's very aggressive in Kendrick Carmouche.
You know, we'll get back to the 7 in a moment. Here's the 5. So Escapades, 2 to 1, and 4-year-old debut coming up, first on turf. We talked about there is plenty of pedigree for the grass. New gelding here.
Yeah, and listen, the son of Into Mischief, you got to respect any of the Into Mischiefs, and he really stamps his foals. You look at him, look at his white marking down his face and his build. You could tell he's an Into Mischief.
Yeah, when you look at this field, right, the 5 horses, this is the first time he's been in for sale. Obviously, the 7 horses making his North American debut. But if you're just looking on straight competition, those open special weight races at Gulfstream Park, I do think they're better. So he is dropping in class.
Let's go to Megan with more on Escapades.
And that's who I ultimately landed on in this one, Greg, as he is taking a stark drop in class. And Miguel Clement, throughout his training career, albeit shorter, maiden special to maiden claiming pivot on the grass. He's 5 for 15, 33%, with 8 of those runners coming in the money. Very strong. He honestly doesn't look like a turf sprinter entirely. He's got that good size and substance to him. He's a big old guy, and he's got a lot of muscle mass and flesh and condition to him. He looks great. He is coming off of a pretty sizable layoff, though, and he is kind of carrying some extra condition. So if you really wanted to pick him apart, you could say you could tighten up just a little bit there. But I really liked the visuals of his races down at Gulfstream, you know, back on December the 20th. He chased in a race where it was just run up front 1-2 that day. We'll ultimately see how the pace materializes, and that's something that's going to be key because there isn't, I agree with Mig, not the plethora of turf sprint type speed, and you don't want to find yourself in that compromising position of trying to chase more forward horses around the racetrack. Escapades made a really nice impression, has that turf pedigree underneath. I think he'll fare for himself well coming back on the drop-in class. The number 1, Himothy, has kind of really given me the impression of a horse is going to be sent from the inside, trying to kind of decipher how this pace early will materialize. Is Kendrick Carmouche aggressive? Breaks from the inside in a turf sprint on a course where sometimes you don't want to find yourself, or oftentimes, in a compromising position in a short race where there's not a lot of time to gamble with trying to find that early position. He got a sharp, aggressive warm-up, and he's ready to go for the task. Ron Moquet, as I mentioned, kind of looking for that elusive victory here at Saratoga. We shall see, as he has taken significant play in this one. Greg?
You're just getting the absolute worst of it with this horse we're looking at right here. You guys look deported. We know how good Wesley Ward is. Jose Ortiz is on 2, is leading the way at the meet. You're getting a double bang here negatively on your price. This horse should not be 8-5.
I use with caution. I'll tell you that. Like when I looked at this race, I honestly think the 2, 6, and 8 cannot win this race. I honestly think that. I would never say that in another race, but when you look at this race, they're just tough to get to. Now, I used 1, 5, 7 to shorten the ticket just because the 1, 3, and 5 are not world beaters in here, Greg, and I think that's why you're getting 3-2.
I find interesting, Greg, is this horse has never run this short, right? 7 furlongs is the shortest they've ever started him. He's run up to a mile. And they're so good at identifying in Europe how far horses want to go. So that brings another question for me. Is the 5.5 just going to be too sharp for him anyway?
And again, from the get-go, we'll see if that gate work did any good. But a lot of times, too, horses come here to the States for the first time, and dealing with the gate break here, forget if you're a slow breaker or not, doesn't go well.
True. You know, usually the one guy you would usually rely on was Wesley. Wesley's such a good gate trainer, especially with his 2-year-olds, and he bought this one for himself. So you never know.
But he didn't give this horse his early lessons, too, so you've got to undo things.
That's
and then
true.
I'd be curious to see if he'll have a handler in the gate, too, because European horses are not used to having someone hold their head in the starting gate.
7-5 favorite, deported. States debut for trainer Wesley Ward. Jose Ortiz looking for his 59th win of this Saratoga summer season. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramonte with a call on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
Sunshine Babalu a little hesitant, but that didn't last long. Goes in. Here's Deported right at his morning line of 8-5, and Nod to Tran to complete the line. Goes in. They're in the gate. That is, You Hear Me Now acting up in the gate, looks like, and also a little movement from either Himothy or Oligarch. Just the first 3 are just a little unsettled. Escapades now, rider adjusting. There is the rider jumping off You Hear Me Now. So we'll send it back down to the set for a moment.
All right, Frank, thank you. That's Omar Hernandez Moreno. And yeah, jumps off there, is going to let the starting gate crew handle things with it too.
Yeah, and then vet taking a look because the horse did kind of sit down. Everything seems fine. Take 2.
Back aboard, reloaded, and we will send it back upstairs to Frank.
You Hear Me Now. Goes in. And they're off. Escapades bounces out quickly, opens up 2 lengths just like that. Deported comes away in second. Oligarch third. Nod to Tran is fourth, followed by Himothy racing on the inside of Sunshine Babalu, and You Hear Me Now at the back of the field. It's Escapades sailing along with a 2-length lead. Deported, the favorites 1-2 into the far turn, with Oligarch at the rail in third. Nod to Tran 5 off the pace in fourth. Then it's Sunshine Babalu, Himothy, and a gap of 5 to You Hear Me Now. 22-3 for Escapades. drifting out just a touch as Deported comes to attack. These two have dominated thus far. Oligarch is third as they reach the top of the stretch. Escapade set down 2.5 length lead. Deported doing his best, but is no match for the front-running Escapades. Escapades puts an exclamation point on this trouncing, handridden to a 6-length victory. Deported second, Oligarch third, Sunshine Babalu was fourth.
Escapades as easy as could be, and margins like this in turf sprints, you do not see it a lot. That is just an incredible margin of victory. Obviously, things did not go well for the one from the get-go.
Yeah, keep an eye on the one, and the horses from the outside didn't break very sharply, and this is cutting off the jam. He got just broadsided there, and completely took him out of the game. It looked like roller derby, you know, and they come down off that hill and cut off the jam.
Yeah, right. The 5, I mean, Flavian, the 5 just broke so sharp. Just did everything right. Broke sharp, switched leads on time, and got the job done in 102 and change. You were kind of thinking Deported might have a shot to maybe test him, but there's just no answer here. And yeah, I know those inside 3 got out of there a little crazy, but I don't think anybody was beating this horse today.
No, he was good.
That kind of margin, going 5.5 on the lawn. Miguel Clement, good summer continues for him with a victory here. Does he keep this one in his barn?
Well, that's the question right now. I know if you run a horse that wins like this, you've got to have a little bit of butterflies in your stomach. You want to see that claim tag show up because this was a dominant performance.
Yeah. Pretty good chance this one got taken.
Yeah, it can be very interesting. It seems like horses are for sale here at Saratoga. People are jumping in, and that's Flavian Pratt's second win on the day. And I think Escapades end up going off as your 8-5, but end up going slightly favored over the 7.
And Deported ran well. He's just second best to a better rival, but he had his trip, he had his chance. Oligarch was a little bit compromised from that bumping at the break, but no one was beating Escapades. He was decidedly best.
5-7, 3-6, 2 for Pratt on this Thursday card. Teaming up with Reeves Thoroughbred Racing and Miguel Clement. The countdown to potentially wrapping up a championship, counting stars. The class of that 3-year-old filly division. Can she make it 3 straight Grade 1 wins in Saturday's Alabama? Stay with us.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. Our program brought to you in part by Hale & Dale at Alapa. Thanks for being part of our Thursday coverage on Alabama Week with a big showdown to come in that 3-year-old filly division on Saturday. Escapades 2-win day. Flavian Pratt teams up with Miguel Clement. Reeves Thoroughbred Racing. Let's go to Megan.
Thanks, Greg. As Escapades will be leaving the Clement barn, but got the victory with Miguel, and you had to be pleased with the aggression Flavian showed from the start.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's not often you open up 2 or 3 lengths out of the gates going 5.5 on the grass, but they broke very, very well, and you did the rest.
Azar looking to defend her title in the Boston Spa on Saturday. What did you take, obviously, yielding surface last time out as she looks to redeem off of the race last time out?
Yeah, she's been training well. She's got a great draw. She needs firm turf, so hopefully we can get that on Saturday. And I wouldn't be surprised if she runs a much better performance. I've been very high on her, and last time she disappointed me. But on that ground, I knew it was probably a mistake to run, and you live and learn, and you just turn the pitch.
Looks like a sunny day on Saturday. I told you, Miguel, quick and painless.
Yeah, no, very much so. You were right. You were right.
2 questions, in and out, Greg. Always a time, though, to catch up with Miguel.
Ozar, she's the defending champ in that Boston Spa. We'll see if she can do it again for that barn. $5.26 for the wind-deported Oligarch. Settle for second and third. It's Escapades with the win as we move on to race 6. Out of the Wilson chute. At a mile, allowance optional claiming field. And Valtellina, Paulie opens up odds on for Ray Handel coming out of the grade 2 Chuvy.
Yeah, and she's going to cut back to a mile, and it seems like that's been a good move over this Wilton chute, and she's coming out of some races where she's been in a much better company. And you look, you have the other, I think her biggest 3 competitors are the 1, 3, and the 6. They're all in for the $45,000 tag in here. The other 3 are not.
24 minutes to post in this 6th race. Could be a big hour of action for trainer Ray Handel. I'll have Valtellina, the big favorite, then Chummers coming up in the next race, coming off that stake swing. Obviously a huge race in the 3-year-old filly division coming up on Saturday in the Alabama at a mile and a quarter. We have a clear-cut leader of the division this year. Counting Stars, it is her division. Let's go back to some of your favorites. Meg, we'll start with you.
This was one of my favorites because this is the first summer I ever galloped horses on the racetrack. I got left behind with the second string of horses, but these were the kind of horses that we were watching. She's beating Devona Dale, a champion here, and beating her quite nicely under Jeffrey Fell. And you see those colors. Harborview Farm, Calumet Farm, Affirmed and Aladar. This was the filly version of Affirmed and Aladar a year later, and not a very big filly, but boy, did she run this day.
And for Lasbroer, and that was, beating, as you mentioned, someone who came in previously undefeated, Devona Dale, an all-time great, who John Veach has said as good a horse as he's ever trained.
Yeah, and again, those iconic colors of 2 of the great stables of that era that had went through a Triple Crown a year earlier.
Yeah. Pretty good field Blind Luck beat in this edition, Paulie.
Yeah, I think a lot of people need to go back to 2010 and look at the rivalry between Blind Luck and Havre de Grace. Now, they raced 5 times against each other. Blind Luck got the best of her 4 times. I think winning 3 of those. I think Unrivaled Bell got the best of them at once. But these 2 guys, 2 ladies, it seemed like they did this every time. I remember the Delaware Oaks, they were like 7 and 8 wide. 2 really super fillies back in the day.
Yeah, of course, Havre de Grace will become your eventual horse of the year the next year, 2011. And in that year's Alabama, Devil May Care was actually regarded as the top filly on the East Coast and dusted that one as well. Blind Luck was just an incredible filly for Jerry Hollendorfer.
She kind of went, she was an old school filly like Zenyatta. She kind of launched from way out of it too, Blind Luck.
Yeah.
Let's go by the numbers for this year's edition of the Alabama. First one back in 1872, William Cottrell. He was too humble to have it named after himself, so named after his home state. Go for Wand, fastest ever run. Bel Air Stud, 5 victories, including with 2-time champion Vagrancy back in 1942. Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons, the record with 8 wins. Vagrancy among them, along with Busanda. 3 jockeys have won it 5 times. Mike Smith's 5th came with Songbird, who started her career with that win. Perfect 10 for 10. Only Royal Delta for Bill Mott would go on to capture the distaff, then known as the ladies. A race that she'd repeat in the following year. 28 named champion 3-year-old filly, including just last year Nitrogen. 12 inducted into the Hall of Fame, including the great Songbird with Mike Smith aboard. So much history in this race. First run back in 1872. And really, we have a few in the 3-year-old filly division. It's a shorter list of the most prestigious races there are in the sports, our ABR race of the week. But I think most would agree this is the premier race there is in the game for 3-year-old fillies.
I would agree, but maybe I'm a little bit of a homer. I mean, I grew up in New York racing, and the Alabama has always delivered.
I'm with you. I just think the prestige winning the Alabama is just no other. Winning that 1.25 miles, that classic distance.
Here is Nikon for Jason Worth's Icon Racing Stable, trained by Whit Beckman.
Yeah, Nikon, she's going to have to step up and run a little faster than she's ever run before. Whit Beckman, he's not afraid to take shots, is he? He'll run in tough races.
Hall of Famer Bill Mott, he's had plenty of success in this race. He'll send out Addie Girl coming off a maiden win.
Yeah, it took 9 tries to get it done, but her figures have been getting better and better, and I think going out to the 1.25 miles is what Bill Mott really wants.
Mark Cassidy is the big favorite who we'll get to, but he always said, lining up Measure in the Coaching Club American Oaks, it was a setup for this race because he thinks she'll love the distance.
Yeah, kind of interesting, right? And she ran well in the Coaching Club, finishing 3rd. Maybe she's the filly taking the strides forward at the right time.
Back-to-back wins for My Guns Loaded, and those back-to-back wins, Paulie, have come against older company, including at 1-5, first against winners.
She's been impressive, too, in both of those starts, winning by open lengths. Manny Franco will be aboard and getting out to that 1.25 miles.
Daughter, a gun runner for Chad Brown. 3-1 on the morning line. AP Girl for Peter Urton. We'll have Tyler Gaffleone aboard, which is just 3rd in the Monomoy Girl back in June.
Yeah, she's going to have to, take a quantum leap forward to be competitive for the win here. But remember, guys, if you hit the board in a great run, finishing 2nd or 3rd, enhances these fillies' value greatly.
And the clear-cut leader of this division, it would be incredibly hard to deny Counting Stars a championship if she were to win this race on Saturday.
She's 1-2 on the morning line for a reason. I think she'll end up going off at maybe 1-5, maybe even shorter. She can control this race, and she gets the outside cozy spot, and man, that blaze on her face is gorgeous.
So she's the 1-2 favorite. She's been awesome. I mean, Mark Cassidy too. You don't often hear trainers kind of tout their horses a lot. He touted her coming out of that victory in the Acorn Stakes. She's doing even better in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Backed it up, and he's now said that again coming into the Alabama.
And looking at her from a physical perspective, it just seems like she just keeps getting bigger and stronger, filling in all the right places. Now, I got to watch her through the winter at Oaklawn, and she was just a smaller filly. She's matured incredibly over the last several months.
Yeah, I think she's getting better with the distance, too.
And I realize, last year with Nitrogen, she sort of made that switch. She didn't have a big body of work on the dirt, but Counting Stars running faster figures on dirt than what Nitrogen champion 3-year-old filly from last year has been doing.
They have, the similarity is kind of crazy, right? Because if you look at Counting Stars, she's kind of been a filly that, I don't know, earlier in her career needed somebody kind of a target. Then her last race, she went gate to wire. She reminds me, Mark's fillies, for some reason, they just get better and better with racing. And then all of a sudden they said, you know what, I'm just going to go to the front end and get it over with. Nitrogen's kind of got that way as she's gotten older. This filly's kind of they just want to decimate their competition. Very hard to do, but he's got an unbelievable knack of getting it done.
So how's the leader of this division, the heavy favorite, been doing the morning leading up to the Alabama? Let's go to Megan.
She's been doing incredibly well, and the type of strong and posing sort in the morning makes me pretty scared for her rivals in this Alabama this week, as I've been able to communicate with Mark Cassidy about her progress and see her grow and mature in the mornings, as we will take a look at that last move available on First TV. She worked a half in 48 and nearly 49 on August the 12th, and she's just doing it very easily. She's very fit. She's had a steady diet of races. She's been able to really keep herself so well and together, and I've also, me and Mig been down and been able to watch her progress at Oaklawn. She's put on weight, she's put on muscle mass. That was something I had an issue with from her over the winter, is that I never really saw her grow. And she finally has. And it's pretty funny when you really think about how competitive she would potentially be against the colts and the Travers. That's something that was contemplated, but she goes into this weekend's Grade 1 Alabama facing a field of fillies, Greg, that none of them have won a stake race before. They're all going to be untested at this distance, and she really has given me the indication that she should suit it just well, as she looks to be the apex predator in this division.
It's interesting. I mean, obviously incredibly dominant. She's gotten even better, her last couple of Grade 1. She's improved off an performance where she looked amazing, but that 1.25 miles does come into question. Likely a distance most of these will probably never do again. Do you think that's could be a vulnerability potentially?
I don't see it as a vulnerability, but you're right. Until they actually do it, you don't know for sure. The way she finished with her legs up underneath her, I think the key to her, though, and they figured it out after the Kentucky Oaks, she wants to be outside. Now she draws 6 of 6. The only filly in this race is Bill Mott's filly to run the 1.25 miles. She was second in the maiden race.
And Paul, it just looked like last time out, it looks like she can control in this race if she wants to.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the other horses in here. You have Nikon, who was 47-1 last time out against her in the CCA Oaks. Measure ran a good race, but she was 26-1. I think Measure will actually be your second choice fighting with My Guns Loaded, but they're just up against it with that outside draw. Like I said, she can take control of this race where she wants to, and Irad Ortiz Jr. is not going to miss this mount.
It'll be his first day back, fingers crossed, but that's the plan right now for a man who's been sidelined with a foot injury. Linda Rice, she's made things awfully exciting in the trainer stand, especially with that 5-win Saturday afternoon last week. Just 4 back of meet leader Chad Brown and plenty of ammunition left.
The 105th Saratoga sale. The crown jewel of American yearling sales.
$1,050,000. Thank you.
$1,100,000. $1,100,000. $1,150,000. $1,500,000. Thank you. $1,750,000. Thank you. $1,900,000. Thank you. $2,300,000. Thank you. $2,300,000. $4 million in the back. Thank you.
Hold your applause, please.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
My name is Wes Sigler. I'm 18 years old and I'll be attending the University of South Carolina. I'm originally from Long Island, New York. And my grandpa, Steve Sigler, has been owning horses since before I was born. So I've been coming to the track, Belmont, Saratoga, Aqueduct, since I was very little. I've been introduced to it at a very young age with a very enlightening side. I've been being around the jockeys, seeing the horses. It's really gotten me into it. Most of my earliest memories are up here, waiting for the jockeys on the jockey path, going to play basketball with them, baseball with them. I mean, up here is one of my favorite places in the world. It's so nice, it's so peaceful, and then obviously racing's a big factor up here for everybody, so it's a really nice area. I love it a lot. The only other track I've been to is Laurel. We shipped a horse down there to run in May, Yo Daddy. I would say my favorite memories are the more recent ones. Recently, I would say my biggest ones are with the Angels debut. She debuted 2 years ago up here. Morning line was 6-1. I thought I was going to be rich. Went off at even money and won by 11. So it seems like the word was out, but I would say right now that's my #1 memory. I just broke off and started my own stable, so right now it's just called Wesley Sigler Racing. But I just got my silks made, they're approved and already in the jockey's room, looking to claim my first horse. So still being a partner with Winning Move, obviously, is gonna be a big thing for me, but also branching off to create my own legacy in the game. I would say the biggest thing is get informed, because most people just look at it, they say Kentucky Derby, it's all about betting to them. And really, when you look into it, it's so much more than that. Yes, the betting is a fun aspect. Yes, all of that is good. But I mean, when you really dig deep into it, you visit the tracks, you see how the horses are being treated, you see how hard everybody works to make all this possible. It really opens up another light about the sport. That's, I think, the most important part.
It's a young man there with a vision. Winning Move Stable, Steve Sigler's grandfather, actually leading owners in New York on this circuit from 2006 to 2008, so I've had a ton of success, and they obviously learned his lessons well.
I really love Wesley. We talk horse racing, but we probably get more in depth talking about the New York Rangers. He's a big Ranger fan, as is his grandfather, Steve. And talk about a classy young man. He's just like a breath of fresh air.
I thought the cool part of it is he kind of got hooked on it by going out and getting some jockeys goggles and the jockeys walking through the crowd here. I see this all the time. I was fortunate enough to go to Dodger Town and get drafted by the Los Angeles Dodgers, and the fans used to come up and basically we were able to ask us for anything. We'd walk through the crowd. You made so many fans that way, and that's what makes Saratoga so special.
Oh, this race coming up, we have an odds-on favorite, Valtellina, heavily the one to beat as expected, 3-5 in here. She comes out of Grade 2 company. She's a former stakes winner against New York breds. Even though she's 2 for 15, the company she's kept, she looks pretty imposing, and there she is. Dylan Davis will ride for Ray Handel.
Yeah, she does look pretty imposing. The only thing that I question, guys, is not a tremendous amount of speed in here. Does that maybe put her at a slight disadvantage, or does she just lay over?
She kind of lays over. I think the wondering part is, like, Sweetest Princess for Linda Rice hasn't been seen in a while. Can she top an effort like this? And I don't know, Valtellina, those efforts are good, and she's been really good. And they've been against Stakes Company. If the cut back to the mile doesn't worry me, because maybe she'll be too far back, but it seems like those mile and eighth horses have done well over a mile.
Any concern that last start may have broke her spirit a little bit.
Run that hard against, rivals that were just superior to her? That's always a question, and people maybe don't put those attributes to horses, but if you've ever seen a horse get beat and go back to the barn, a lot of them, they're in the back of the stall, they're not happy, they sulk a little bit. You got to keep a horse happy by keeping them in company that they can compete with.
But when these gates open and finding the kind of company she's going to be with, might be a lot happier earlier on in this race, too.
Well, maybe even in starting, you kind of look around and go, oh, I got this.
Hey, right?
So 3-5. Dylan Davis, again, he'll have the return mount. He's been on this one before, in fact, a couple of starts ago, and that stakes win and the Empire Distaff. Meanwhile, the 6 here, Princess Becca, comes off a win last time out, and that was a win first off the claim for Orlando Nota.
Good win. That was one of Orlando's 3 wins at this meet. She got up with Jose Ortiz, who'll be back aboard. That was going a mile. She does get the same draw, 6-6. That number doesn't touch what the 2 has done, but you're getting right now your second choice.
So 4-1 here from that outside slot. At least, yeah, bouncing back into good form, but that was $25,000 claiming company. And now you got to take on the likes of someone who's earned $340,000 in Valtellina.
Looks like a kind of a tall task. I'm going to take a little shot against Valtellina. I'm going to go with the 3 Sweetest Princess because I could see a scenario where maybe she gets loose and Valtellina won't have enough time to reel her in.
What do you think, Paulie?
That's the only reason why I use multiple horses here. And I used the 1 here, too, as well. Box Wine. I just think she's a better horse on dirt. I think the cutback will help her. Flying P Stable trying to win this meet. I think when he dropped this horse in, he didn't think Valtellina would be in here.
I'm sure.
Ricardo Santana Jr. will be in those hot pink silks from the rail. Start number 2 of the 5-year-old campaign for Boxed Wine coming up. And Ray Handel, he's got the big favorite here. And then in the next race, the return of Chummers, who comes off that victory in the Rick Violet.
Chummers, he may be small, but he be mighty.
I tell you what, he's been really good around 2 turns. It's only bad race. He got caught out in the 11 hole. Other than that, he's been good. He draws the rail today.
So here's Flying P Stables Boxed Wine Jorge Abreu trains Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard.
She is a stakes winner up at Finger Lakes, was well beaten by Valtellina in the Empire Distaff.
The big favorite next door, up to 4-5 now, Valtellina.
Yeah, for Pavilion Racing, she's going to give her rivals a head start, but she's definitely the one to hold off.
Sweetest Princess next door, Jose Lezcano, already the win on the card today with Linda Rice here.
Yeah, Jose Lezcano, tough start to the meet, finally kind of shook off that slump. 3rd win of the meet, and I think they're all going to have to catch her.
Pratt looking for number 3 today on Hello Beauty.
You know, the last time Flavian rode this Daughter of Street Sense, he did go gate to wire, but those were slowish fractions.
Giant we're 2 back, really going in a nice direction, did not follow it up.
No, now comes off a bit of a freshening. Doesn't have speed. I'd prefer others that are going to be close.
And then Princess Becca, we touched on outside with Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, 4 for 16 lifetime. A 5-year-old mare by Central Banker, currently at 4-1.
Wager AI putting together a play for this 6th race here as we're 4 minutes to post. And let's see what they've come up with here. Here's your 4-5 favorite. So they say, yes, Valtellina, use on top here. $5 daily double. So Valtellina, all they need here with in that Cab Callaway Division New York Stallion Series 1, 3, and 7, who look like you would think have that wrapped up, right?
Yeah, those are the 3 horses in that race. Spirit of New York would be the other horse in there with Jose Ortiz and Brad Cox. There you see the 2, Valtellina with Dylan Davis warming up. You know, the scenarios for this horse getting beat is this if she gets too far back, right, Richie?
That's the only way. That's why, you know, if a horse has the same style as a favorite, I won't pick that horse because then they got to play the favorites game. That's why I'm picking Sweetest Princess, because she has a completely different style and she's going to have to get caught.
Let's go to Megan.
And we'll start with that heavy favorite, the number 2, Valtellina, and what's been a pretty chalky sequence for the last couple of races. But Valtellina certainly just lays over this field with her recent form, as the last time out she was up against it a much tougher than 2 back. She was up against a dramatic gold rail on June the 3rd, where seemingly Bernie Takes Charge kind of got the better of the 2 trips, but she did run on valiantly. She looks fantastic. She's very strong. Just something to note, she is wearing wraps, those front wraps on all 4. Typically seen on dirt horses to kind of prevent that friction and kind of protect him a little bit, but also can be perceived as a negative, as she is at currently 1-2 being hammered, and she makes a lot of sense. You know, she's kind of one of those horses that likes to come from off of it, but looking at her races dating back, as she does cut back in distance, she's been able to be more forwardly placed in her past races at the mile. So I do like that about her. She's kind of got that shorter coupled strong type of frame to her. So I think she's going to suit just fine on the cutback and distance. As far as the number 1, Boxed Wine, Aurora Abreu, one that's very sharp and very much on the muscle. She's been a horse has been able to be that closing type, and I think that she could be more forwardly placed, breaking from the rail from the Wilson chute, a place that sometimes if you are breaking from the inside, lacking that speed, you can miss out on that position going forward. We'll see if she can ultimately negotiate that. She looks great. She was my other alternative in this race at 7-1, getting honestly a bit better price than I envisioned. She's got some leg and some scope to her, as she has been campaigned going longer, but she's very strong and very ready to go for a barn, having not seen her since June the 3rd. As far as some of the Linda Rice entrants in here, we'll take a look at the number 6, Princess Becca. She looked tremendous. Fantastic, actually. And I think the mile for her is probably her ceiling. I think that to me, looking at these horses in the paddock, I prefer her over the 3. Handicapping this race, I liked the 3 a bit more on paper, but Princess Becca ran for $25,000 last time out. One of many winners for Orlando Noda this meet, who's been on a hot streak. She looked fantastic from the outside. We'll see if ultimately she can be a part of that speed puzzle. As far as Mig describing what this pace could be, I thought the number 4, Hello Beauty, could mix things up on the front end, who I thought was incredibly interesting. The 6 has speed, the 3, I don't think they're going to go slow in here, Greg.
Thank you, Megan. 1-2 favoritism, though, on Valtellina as we take a look here at Sweetest Princess next door for Linda Rice and Jose Lezcano. Good for him to kind of get going at this meet a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I can't, think how frustrating it must have been. And I don't think he was riding poorly. He just kind of got into that spiral. You know, in racing, it's a catch-22. Success breeds success, and failure breeds failure. And people start backing away from you, riding riders that are winning. It's good to see Jose get back on track because he's a good rider, and he rides consistently well.
You know, the reason why I thought the 3 was a major player here, Linda went back in and claimed this horse. I mean, for the same price. Sometimes you'll see Linda lose a horse and then claim the horse back for maybe under the price. So she claimed this mare back for the $45,000. The last time this horse ran against Valtellina did not run, but that was without Lasix. Now both entrants do get Lasix. I think that will help Sweetest Princess just as much as it will help Valtellina. I just think it closes the gap a tiny bit more than 1-2 to 6-1.
All right, so final 3 of the card starts here. What do you feel about Valtellina 1-2, Paul?
Her numbers say 1-2, right? So she's going to be tough to beat. I just took a shot maybe that the 3 can get away on an easy lead if that can happen, or the 1 Box Wine. I just feel like she's been kind of sitting on a good race.
Well, again, it goes back to rider intention as well. Hello Beauty, she shows speed when the pace is a little bit more controlled, right? She on the turf, she's up there. They go 23-4, 48-2. 2 back on the turf, 25-50. Yeah, she has speed then. If Flavian Pratt wants to send her, I'm sure she can show more speed. Princess Becca, she's the one who I think could be the thorn in the side of the 3.
I agree. I think the 6 is quick.
Could be.
Jose Ortiz on that one outside, 5-1. Who chooses to go forward here and press early? Valtellina would love to get a setup, shortening up as well from 1 1/8 the last couple of starts. As you get a look at Jose Lezcano in those winning move stable silks. And we talked about young Wes Sigler, grandfather Steve, winning move. And they're charged here at 6-1. Linda Rice. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Waiting on Princess Becca. She's in. And they're off. Sweetest Princess and Boxed Wine are out together, joined by Hello Beauty, who has moved up to take that 2nd spot. Then it's another 1.5 lengths back to Princess Becca, reserved in the early stages. Valtellina just 5 off the lead, and Giant at Work is at the back of the field. So Sweetest Princess takes them through an opening quarter mile in front, 3/4 of a length, with Hello Beauty 2nd, and that fraction was 24 4/5 seconds. Boxed Wine is down at the rail in 3rd. Princess Becca alongside her, and Valtellina just between those 2. It's pretty compact, though. Only 4 lengths covers that quintet, and another 2 to Giant at Work. Sweetest Princess and Jose Lezcano taking them toward the far turn. The half mile in 48 3/5 seconds around the far turn. And it's Sweetest Princess, Hello Beauty, Princess Becca makes her 3 wide move. Valtellina's following her. Boxed Wine is down at the rail. As they come toward the quarter pole, Giant at Work has trailed throughout. Sweetest Princess still there. Boxed Wine comes off the rail to challenge. They reach the top of the stretch, and it's still Sweetest Princess. And now Valtellina has had a good trip, set down, and showing her class at the 8th pole, taking the lead. Boxed Wine running well. Sweetest Princess is fighting on, but it's Valtellina who is simply too good. Valtellina scores by 2. Boxed Wine 2nd, Sweetest Princess 3rd, and Giant at Work ran 4th.
Valtellina makes pretty easy work of this group. Dylan Davis, Ray Handel, and goes off at the end 1-4.
Ooh. I mean, listen, the 3 got an easy lead. The 1 had an easy trip, and despite that, the 2 still won the race, Mig.
Yeah, Valtellina did not have anything really go her way. There wasn't much pace on. She had a swing wide, but she was the best horse, so you don't want to get too fancy with the best horse. She just did what she was supposed to do. I was getting a little excited when I saw that 24-4, basically the first quarter for Sweetest Princess. Just wasn't good enough.
Mox Wine ran her race. She finally got a really good trip. Ricardo Santana gave her just an absolute perfect ride, but Dylan kind of was going to go inside. Then he said, you know what? I got enough horse. Let's go around these horses, and that was the right move.
Yeah, you don't want to get too cute with a big favorite.
2-1, 3-5 finish. Valtellina, just the 3rd win of her career. Does it pretty easily here against this group, and coming out of Grade 2 company in against New York bred allowance optional claiming. Easy to see why.
Yeah, I mean, she was just best. She rolled over these the last 1/8 of a mile. I think probably prefers a 1 1/8, or at least further than a mile, but she was too good for this group. And Dylan's had a bit of a rough meet, so nice to see him find the winner's circle again with Ray Handel.
2-1, 3-5 finish. It's Valtellina dominant here in race 6. For trainer Ray Handel, he'll have one of the runners to beat coming up in the next race as well in that Cab Calloway division, New York Stallion Series with Chummers. And Dylan Davis will be back aboard for the barn, trying to take that double. Valtellina, 3rd career win. Prices when we come back. And we'll look ahead to the Pacific Classic coming up over the weekend. Bill Mott, he's had a disappointing Pacific Classic in his past. 16 straight wins for Cigar. It came to an end thanks to Darren Go. I'll have Nightbridge on Saturday.
This is where it all begins. These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. We just saw a pretty good performance from this 4-year-old filly, Valtellina. Impressive here for Ray Handel with Dylan Davis for Pavilion Racing, dropping class and gets a 3rd win of her career. Let's go to Megan.
and joined by Ray Handel, who I'm amused you were wearing too snazzy of a suit not to get your picture taken, and you got it done here.
Well, I spent all the money on this thing. I might as well put it on when I think I was going to win a race. So I figured today felt like a good day.
You had to be happy with that performance. Obviously, bet down, significant drop in class. What did you see from that as her long-term goal? You mentioned getting back among state breds later on in the fall.
Yeah, we were trying to point for this race last time, and the race didn't go. So we jumped in the Chuvy. Obviously, things didn't go like we had hoped. She ran her heart out, but just not quite open quality. So I was like, she needs 2 turns, but I figured she would tower over this kind of group going 1 turn even. So, and played out that way. And we'll look to build maybe a allowance race at Belmont when we get back down south, and then the long-term goal is to go back to the Empire Distaff and hopefully knock that out again.
Chummers looks for another stake assignment later on. Just the mention of the name makes him giggle. It makes a lot of us giggle, but I will say he's one of those horses that's really come alive and kind of gotten to that form. You kind of mentioned to me you were a little surprised with him getting the stakes victory last time out. What have you seen from him from that point?
He's just a horse that's been doing so well since we won that claiming race 2 back, coming on 3 back. And he really ran a huge race. I didn't expect him to run as big as he did. Not surprised. But he's come out of the race in great order, and he's beating the stalls down and ready to rock and roll again. So we're going to give him another shot.
Might get another picture taken, Ray. Best of luck and congratulations here.
Thank you. I told Dylan, job's not done yet, baby. Got 1 more.
That's right, Greg. Dylan Davis to be aboard Chummers in the feature later on today, Greg, as he looks to build off of that stakes victory last time out.
That is coming up in the next race. In fact, Valtellina, $2.78 for the win. So good for Ray Handel and Dylan Davis. And she was expected to get it done, really got hammered late.
Yeah, she was the best horse, and she laid over this field, and she got it done, despite the fact that there wasn't a lot of pace on, and she had to lose a bit of ground, but best horse.
Up next, New York Stallion Series Cab Callaway Division. Mile over the inner turf for 3-year-olds and Ray Handel. Dylan Davis looked to go back-to-back with Chummers. 7-2 on the board, winner of the Rick Violet. Last time out, Jaxer, very intriguing for Grand Motion. 3-year-old debut coming up.
Dare and Go's going to look for the upset. Cigar takes the lead. Dare and Go's got dead aim on him. Cigar's got to dig deep. He's had to run very fast early and he can find. And Dare and Go has gone right on by Cigar. A 16th of a mile to go. And you can never underestimate a classy horse. And this is one classy guy on his day. Dare and Go and Alex Elise win the Pacific Classic. Cigar ran his heart out but has to settle for second.
The most famous Pacific Classic in history. People were climbing up palm trees just to get a view of what they thought would be the 17th win in a row for Cigar. The streak came to an end. Richard Mandela at a nearly 40-1 shot.
Yeah, and listen, this horse got pace to run at. Richard Mandela, a masterful horseman, someone I loved to get to know when I was in California and ride for him. And Cigar just held his form for so long. Pretty remarkable that he won 16 in a row.
It is. I got a little bit of assist by Siphon there as Darren Go went by, but here is Bill Mott's Pacific Classic results, and Hold Me Back was a good horse too, but Go Between won in 2008, long time between drinks, but he's going to have the favorite this year.
That would be Knightsbridge. He'll have the outside post. They tried him in the Monmouth Stakes. It was his first try at 2 turns. They said, let's give it a shot. I'd say it worked out. It was the fastest figure we have seen run since Flightline when he won that Pacific Classic by about 19+ lengths.
Wow. I mean, he looked the part on the racetrack that day, kind of went to the front end. This is first time ever around 2 turns. I think called the Wilton Chute maybe a turn and a half, and he lost to Nisos that day, who's since retired since then. And you just don't know what's under the hood till you try him. 120 some odd buyer. Gets an outside draw. Would you want the outside draw with a horse like this?
Well, you got a really long run to that first turn at Del Mar. You're breaking up at the quarter pole up in the chute with the Pacific Ocean, the waves crashing behind you. It's a beautiful setting there. With his natural speed, I think it's a perfect spot for him.
Are you a believer in him after what you saw, or do you want to see it again? Obviously, different distance as well.
It's really tough, right? When you run 120 some odd buyer, even if he regresses down to 108, like he's still going to be right there. If you look at the field, you know, it's a lot of horses that have shown signs of brilliance. Navajo Warrior at different racetracks. Forge Steel has shown won the Gold Cup. And then you have a horse coming that's won the Tokyo Derby and Finger. A lot of unknowns, and you do have Knightsbridge, who's sort of a known.
If he's that horse that we saw, he's the best horse in the country right now, hands down.
He runs the
He's
same
got to do
race.
it again, though, right?
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah, at this point, he's a one. And it's a mile and a quarter, but the way, I mean, he was geared down setting that figure at Monmouth. So it looked like he won with something left.
Yeah.
Exciting to have him continuing on this two-turn journey and tackling the West Coast here on a race we're going to have live on our air. What a beautiful sight it is. Del Mar, right across the street from the beach. Live coverage of the Pacific Classic coming up this Saturday night following our Alabama coverage. It kicks off at 9 Eastern time on Fox Sports. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Cab Callaway division of this New York Stallion Stakes when we return. Speaking of returns, that one right there, Jaxer, 3-year-old return for Graham Motion. Flavian Pratt will be aboard, looking for his third winner this afternoon. Last seen, Jaxer, it was a stakes victory against New York Bred Company.
Mindframe, this height was real hype running up this floor here. Mindframe looking around for competition. Mindframe comes back a winner.
Here comes Mindframe and Niso's wild finish. Sierra Leone's hanging tough, but it's Mindframe's Buster. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Before the charge, there is the weight, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucero.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Horacio, you grew up in Snyder, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
What is Snyder, Texas like?
Small.
Yeah.
Flat, dry, not a lot of grass, but a lot of country. And it's mostly quarter horses.
Is that where you got the racing bug as well?
I did. I've always been drawn to horses since I was young, just liked horses in general. Drawn to the smell of a horse, too. You know, just little things like that when I got to be around them.
You worked for really great horsemen. What were the things that you took from your experiences with them that you apply now?
A lot of it is honestly like organization.
Yeah.
Communication, how to treat your staff, developing and knowing when can you press on with the horse and when you should back off of a horse.
That's essential. In 2015, Nacho went out on his own,
Yes.
and you assumed his role as the private trainer for Sagamore Farm in Maryland. Did you feel as though you were ready for that?
I'd always given me a goal that, but when I turned 30, that I kind of wanted to step into that role. There's only so much that you can learn being an assistant. And with the schooling that I had, obviously working for Todd, Ignacio, Lucas, Wayne, he likes to give you those one-liners, and he's always going to be the teacher and, school you. And one time we came into work, and I don't know why, I was maybe wearing black jeans or something, and he's like, "What are you doing? You look like you're going to church." I'm like, I am at church. You preach to me every day.
You got him.
That was
You
funny.
got to turn the tables on him with that one.
He got that grin on him and stuff. So
Recruiting ready is way too good, and he's going to dominate in The Bachelor.
When you were out on your own, the horses running in your name, you had some pretty nice horses for Sagamore Farm, recruiting ready. But one I want to ask you about specifically is Ginger and Rye.
Yeah.
She gave you your first win, but then also gave you your first Saratoga Stakes winner as well.
yeah, she's very special. She always showed to be a talented horse. The first year we stabled there, we were in Shug's barn. And Clement was across the way too. And here I am with these little Maryland, and Ginger and Rye was a small horse
She
too.
was. Now, was coming to New York always a goal for you, or did it just kind of happen organically?
It just kind of happened.
Yeah.
When I went public, I actually ran into Barry Schwartz, and he was the big push to come to New York. And then we came, and then we ended up winning a stakes with Amundsen.
Yeah.
And then Sharp Star,
Yeah.
she was hitting the board. And then COVID hit. And I was like, oh, this was a good decision. So, we stuck through it. Barry kept sending horses, and, very thankful for him.
You mentioned that it was a goal for you that once you were 30 to have horses in your own name, to be a trainer. What's 40? What's your 40-year goal?
I was hoping I'd just stay 30. It's gone by.
Don't we all?
It's gone by quick. I think at this point, obviously, just trying to grow our business and the clientele. And like I said, when I came here with Barry, we had 4 horses. And this summer, we got up to 45 here at Belmont.
This is not an easy lifestyle. It's 24/7. Why do you get up and do it every morning?
Honestly, you love the process of trying to come up with that nice horse. And they're all projects, and you're all trying to figure out their quirks. I mean, every once in a while, my mom was okay, you still gonna go to college? And I'm like, no, I don't think I'm gonna go to college now. So.
It's off the cards, Mom.
Yeah.
Terrific trainer and just had a scorching start to this Saratoga summer. Horacio de Paz will send out the 3 here and make a little at first.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Horacio. He handles himself with so much class, and I got to know him a lot better working horses with him at Hollywood Park when he was working for Todd Putcher. They had a division out there. Mike McCarthy was out there with as the assistant, and Horacio was galloping horses, and we worked a lot of horses together, and you could just tell right there he was someone that had ambition and knew horses.
So 5-2 here in the rematch with Chummers. You guys ready to sing along with me?
Sure.
Heidi, 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 ho.
Heidi, 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 ooh.
Heidi, 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 hey. Cab Calloway, so many hits in the 30s and 40s. Obviously, Minnie the Moocher, his most famous song. He loved to come to the racetrack.
He loved coming to the racetrack, whether it was Aqueduct or Belmont. I saw him a lot more at Aqueduct. He would come down to the jockey's room. He was always looking for a little inside info, but what a tremendous gentleman. I remember spending a lot of time with Mr. Vanderbilt, Alfred Vanderbilt, in his box.
For a lot of the young people that don't know Cab, just throw in a little Blues Brothers. You get a little glimpse of Cab.
Yeah, check that. That's where I learned about him. But yeah, performed at the Cotton Club a lot in Harlem back in the days. Very popular again in the 30s and 40s. So this race, the Cab Calloway division of this New York Stallion Stakes. And there's Jaxer on the comeback here, the 5-2 favorite. Let's welcome in Acacia Clement.
Yeah, very intriguing horse coming back for Grand Motion here, Greg and Jaxer. He is a horse that has not raced since November of his 2-year-old year. Now, I did not, unfortunately, cover any of his 2-year-old races, so I don't actually have any notes from the paddock to compare, but I have been on the set for the times that he's raced, and looking at him, he has filled out and grown as you would like to see from 2 to 3, and also just on a pure fitness observation, he is incredibly defined and well-muscled coming back off that layoff. He is the son of Slumber, and while they can be precocious, and he's a good example of that, I have found that the progeny of Slumber, when given a little bit of time, really do well to kind of fill in to that rough type of frame that a lot of them do have. And I think Jaxer is very much the case there. He's also been quite sharp here in the paddock, very forward forward from the moment he walked in, dropped back at the start and ran on best last time out when able to save ground with a wide closing foe. But I thought finishing strong and did some good work as a 2-year-old. Looking forward to seeing what he does coming back as a 3-year-old, an intriguing new face to this group. As we'll take a look at Horacio De Paz's runner in the 3 a little at first. He was actually the favorite in the Rick Violet last time out, and he just couldn't kick on with the top 2 who were best in that race. He is a horse that is very energetic. That is typical of him. He's the full brother to 26 Black, who's a very good turf sprinter for Horacio. And much like 26 Black, Horacio always brings both of them over in an iron halter. So cotton in his ears, that iron halter to have more control and try to keep the horse a bit more settled. Energetic types, that's all obviously something that runs in the family. Now, given the demeanor of this horse, I was a bit concerned about him being able to get the 9 furlongs 2 starts back, but he was able to do exactly that. I am physically more inclined to say he wants to go a bit longer, but given how sharp he is, he would lead you to think that a mile should suit him well. So curious to see if we will see a little bit more punch from him. Maybe that big race 2 starts back took a little bit out of him before he went into the Rick Violet, but he's a horse that I do think is a major player to see if he can turn things around. The horse that beat him last time, though, is the number 1 Chummers, as we saw Ray Handel well dressed for the day, looking for his second on the afternoon. This horse who closed from off of it. In fact, the top 2 finishers did close from pretty far back last time in that Rick Violet. Well, a little at first was mid-pack that day. And as you guys pointed out earlier, Chummers is not the biggest horse. He's actually built a little bit more like a sprinter altogether. He's smaller, he's compact, he's short coupled. But one thing that he has really developed in as he's gotten older and with racing is his mental capacity. He has settled so much, and he's carrying terrific weight and muscle mass coming into this race off the back of a good win. 1 for a claiming race, 2 starts back, and as Ray had touched on, that race really made a big difference for him as far as being able to set him up for a stakes effort. We'll see if he can make it 3 in a row and see if he truly is continuing to trend in the right direction. As far as here in the paddock, it looks like that could be the case, Greg.
Yeah, look, Ray Handel got away with one here. This horse really stepped up in a race they put him in for a claiming tag for $55,000, was able to keep him, and then produces this stakes win in the Rick Violet.
Yeah, but both of these races, and I'm not knocking him, I think that he's obviously major contender here. Look at the paces that he got to set up his late run. Now, here comes the challenge from a horse that's twice the size of him. And he just digs in and he fights him off. So this was a terrific effort, but 22-2 the first quarter really played to his strength. I don't think they're going to go that fast in this race today.
And that horse, you know, obviously who was 3rd behind him a little at first, a little bit wide early on in that race too.
Yeah, a little bit wide, and kind of a biggish horse needed a little bit more room to navigate. I think we'll get a better trip today. You know, when you look at Chalmers, that last race was a good race, and, you know, now Flavien Prat kind of jumped ship. Dylan Davis will be aboard, and, you know, Flavien ends up on this horse.
Jaxer, yep.
Looks
nice
tremendous.
Looking horse coming back. Wow. Jaxer for the 3-year-old return. But you have the recency of Chummers, has those back-to-back starts where he's run very fast races now back-to-back. And, you know, Jaxer, yes, you could see, certainly from a top barn mig too, you can see improvement going forward. But it's got to make a bit of a jump here to catch up to what Chummers has done in the last couple of starts.
Oh, absolutely. But, you know, the conventional wisdom about that is Jaxer's buyer speed figures are as a 2-year-old. He's supposed to be a bigger, stronger version of himself. It's like a high school athlete becoming a college athlete.
I'm with you. You know, you made a stat yesterday, combatant the sire. He's like 4% in everything he does, but long on the turf, he's like 17%. And Chummers is the perfect example of why this horse, size or not, is excelled going along.
A little surprised, I guess, and it's a success of the barn for De Paz. Chummers is a bigger price than the one he just beat.
I wonder if people are looking at it the way I'm seeing it, that, you know, a little at first kind of got forced into making a little bit of a middle move into a fast pace. And maybe now turning back to the mile and a little softer trip, he can turn the tables.
Favorite is the one coming off the bench. That is Jaxer. Trainer standing by with Acacia.
That's right. Very happy to be joined by Graham Motion as Jaxer makes his 3-year-old debut. Graham, what have you seen from him from 2 to 3?
Yeah, I mean, he's never been the most willing horse in the morning, to be honest, but I think he's matured. Look, we gave him some time off, came back, we had a couple little issues with him, and we ended up gelding him, which I think will help him.
It was quite sharp in the paddock. Seems like he's ready to be back at the races.
Yeah, I think so. I think he looks great. Look, I hope he's fit enough. You always worry first time back off that kind of a layoff, but hopefully I got him tight enough.
What kind of trip do you envision?
Well, I just see the rail is quite a long way out. It's going to be pretty tight, so the post position isn't perfect, but you know, hopefully he establishes a decent position, and I don't think he'll be too far off of it.
Thanks for the insight.
Okay, thank you.
Greg?
Pretty good rider to try and get that position for him and Flavien Prat from the outside post. We start with Chalmers, back-to-back wins, including that Rick Violet victory where he's well clear of a little at first.
And he ran fast figures, obviously a major player. I don't know if he's going to get the same kind of fast paces that he got in his last 2 races.
Big Frosty, Todd Pletcher, still a maiden.
This horse ran giant last time. You would think, I was hoping this horse would enter and hit a maiden special weight, but you know, they dumped this horse, or not dumped, but they made this horse the New York Stallion, Cab Calloway, and it's getting bet, 9-1.
Manny Franco aboard for Pletcher. Here's the one who tried to go against Chalmers last start, was third behind him in that Rick Violet, a little at first. You just heard about that piece, Horacio de Paz.
Yeah, I think he could turn the tables because I thought last time he was the one that had to kind of move into the fastest part of the pace.
Mission at the Glen, Ricardo Santana Jr.
I think will be even more forward. Did not run bad last time out getting on the turf.
Barkley tagged, Saratoga, funny side fame, Whitstorm.
This horse had kind of sprint-type speed, was involved. Last time, no speed at all going a mile. Does he revert back to speed this time?
Brad Cox, Spirit of New York with Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, 7-2 on this gelding, who's been beaten by 5 other rivals in this race.
And the favorite you just heard from trainer Graham Motion with Acacia. Here's Jaxer.
You know, and he talked about gelding him. Gelding a horse, not only do they geld horses for behavioral issues, it lightens them up, and maybe that'll help him be a fitter horse off the layoff.
He's made a nice appearance, hasn't he?
He really did. He's even galloping off beautifully. Very well-balanced individual.
Wow. 2-1 favoritism here. So the comeback effort last 2 times he's been on turf, lining up. He's won them both, a maiden win, then the Notebook, which we're showing you.
It's a good race. He's going to kind of looking for room, and Flavien doesn't know what to do. I thought he wanted to get outside. Now he's going to cut probably to the 2 path and get down to the rail right there, and then kind of over. You know, this is, you don't see a lot of 2-year-olds do this, and he did this at age 2.
And he was looking to angle out.
Yeah.
And when there was no path to get outside, he had to go back to where he started, down to the inside, changing lanes. Looked like me on the Belt Parkway trying to get home when I'm hungry.
So he outfinished Caroline Street Beat. He outfinished Caroline Street Beat in that race. Caroline Street Beat off the bench just gave Chalmers all he could handle.
All he could handle, yeah.
Now this horse comes off the bench to try and take a crack at him. But do you just feel Chalmers has any kind of edge with the recency and the form he's in?
I think he does, right? I mean, listen, his last 2 races, they're all going to have to beat those last 2 races that Chalmers ran. But the way the 7 is warming up, you're kind of an idea that he's going to show his best hand today.
He is making a nice impression, isn't he?
Wow. 2-1 favorite. Great crowd on hand on this Thursday afternoon. On Alabama weekend. Big one to come in that 3-year-old filly division on Saturday. Ballston Spa as well. Let's go back to the 6. And here's Spirit of New York, who was originally with Adam Rice. Has faced several of these. But now on second start in the Brad Cox barn, you would expect better than what we saw in that Rick Violet?
Well, you know, go back to the Rick Violet. He was the horse that was involved in that very fast pace that I keep on going back to. Is there a world where maybe he makes the lead here and gets to go a lot more comfortable?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at that race, the little stakes race where he wired him going 6 furlongs. He did go 22.45. I don't know if anybody else, maybe the 4, big long shot will show some more pace, was part of that as well. But you have the 1 and 2 that are deep closers. The 3 should probably sit that good spot. So you make a good point. Is it, you know, the 6's race kind of get that stocky position and get that good trip? You get Jose aboard and another gelding that's make a good appearance.
9-2. Another one who's having a tremendous meet. Brad Cox, and they'll have Jose Ortiz aboard, which does not help your price. Let's go back to Acacia.
And talking about Spirit of New York, the distance still is a little bit of a question. And yes, he should be forward to be able to use that speed. He has some size suggesting that he should be able to go longer, but I just really do think that he is a better sprinter. Now, that being said, when you are a horse that is eligible for these sorts of New York Stallion Series races, I absolutely understand wanting to take advantage of that. But he's the son of Anish Mischief, whom I love his progeny sprinting on the turf, and I think they are best doing exactly that. He looks great, this horse. I just, again, really do wonder if this is the ideal distance for him. Sent from the rail last time out and then folded. We'll see if the same thing happens in here today. The number 4, Mission at the Glen, is a big long shot, and while I don't necessarily prefer him in this spot, I think that he is one that holds a bit of the key to the race, talking about the 4, because while we know that Spirit of New York should be forward, Mission at the Glen last time was, yes, in a stalking spot, but he had a very strong hold and was very keen early, and he has been sharp. I would be surprised if we don't see him forwardly placed in here today with Ricardo Santana aboard, who you see has kicked his feet out of the irons, trying to keep him relaxed. He's acting like a horse that wants to be forward, and we'll see how that does cause the pace to materialize in here, Greg.
Keisha, thank you. Jaxer's just continued to impress the way he looks coming back. Obviously a trainer that you feel extremely confident with, too, bringing them off the bench. Graham Motion.
Yeah, he's very adept at bringing horses off of layups. He trains at Fair Hill. It gives the horseman so many different ways to prepare a horse. They can go to the turf. They can go to the synthetic. They can gallop up and down hills. I mean, he has a lot of different courses available to him.
You know, and I don't think you should be worried with Graham. This horse 2 for 2 around 2 turns. You know, like he said, as a trainer, you're a little bit worried you don't have him ready. But the board is kind of telling you that he is.
8-5 favorite now is the horse who just got beat by Chummers.
You know, Megan and I were talking about this. We both picked a 3, but we both wouldn't play this horse at 8-5.
No, I actually thought he was going to be a bigger price than Chummers.
Very cold on the board. Chummers here at 7-2. See if he can keep that streak alive, win his 3rd in a row. The favorite, though, the one he just beat in the Rick Violet. Jaxer, meanwhile, the 7, his 3-year-old comeback for Graham Motion. 2-1 second choice. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramonte with this Cab Calloway division of the New York Stallion Series.
Wit Storm comes forward. Here's Spirit of New York. And Jaxer. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Cab Calloway division of the New York Stallion Stakes Series. And it's Mission at the Glen going straight to the front. Spirit of New York came away close to the lead. And a little at first, tucks in on the rail in 3rd. They're followed by Witstorm, and Chummers is 5th. 7 or 8 lengths off the runaway early leader. Then it's Big Frosty, and Jaxer, not the best of beginnings, is at the back of the field. And so it will be the long shot. Mission at the Glen. Through a quarter that went in 23 and 2/5 seconds, leading by 5 lengths over Spirit of New York. A little at first, races in 3rd, and inching closer, the 2nd and 3rd place runners, Spirit of New York and a little at first, closing in on Mission at the Glen, who runs toward the half-mile pole, leading the way, has it a length and a half now. At the rail, Chummers is in 4th. The half went in 47 and 3. Witstorm is asked to pick it up. Jaxer starts to move on the outside of Big Frosty. Coming toward the top of the stretch, Mission at the Glen, Spirit of New York, a little at first, ranges up 3 wide. Jaxer in the turquoise cap will be widest of all. Just inside of him is Witstorm and Chummers. 1 furlong left, a little at first. Comes to take the lead. Chummers is closing in, taking second. And on the outside, Jaxer third. A little at first, a length and a half. Here comes Chummers! And Chummers will run him down to take the Cab Calloway. A little at first was second. Jaxer a distant third. Handel and Davis strike for the second time today.
Chummers back-to-back. Ray Handel and Dylan Davis had that cozy inside post, save ground most of the way around the racetrack, and runs everybody down.
Yeah, really nice ride by Dylan here, saving the ground, patient, came out when he needed to. I think that he was aided by the fact that A Little at First vacated the rail early on and allowed him more of that inside trip, where A Little at First moved it maybe a little bit earlier and 3 wide throughout the second turn.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. You know, you go back to the beginning of this race, the 3 broke right on the button, and the 4 just kind of ran off, right? But Castellano decided to get off the rail and track a little bit 3 wide, maybe because he's just physically that big. But Chummers gets the best of him again. Last time outran him in the lane, outran him again. 3-1, crazy.
Wild. That just beat this horse, but that one goes off at 8-5. 1-3-7-4. And Jaxer, we'll take a look, I believe momentarily, what happened to him early on in this race. Rough start for the comeback. Chummers just in top form right now. Really good form. All right, let's go back to the start. Look outside the 7 Jaxer here, Mick.
Yeah, he actually broke hard into the stall doors to his left and then bounced off of the 6 Spirit of New York. Could not have helped him with his position. He wound up much further back, but well, I hope Fabian Pratt's foot's okay, because he really raked those doors pretty good.
Yeah, and you could see he looked back at his foot, I think, to see if he was still in the irons. So not a great beginning. Jaxer, I thought, ran pretty well, but Chummers again, son of Combatant. We've seen the sons of Combatant, seems like they win long on the turf. The sons of Honest Mischief win short on the turf.
3-1. As that's now 3 in a row for this horse in back-to-back stakes wins.
You know, and they dropped him in for a claiming price, and he won. And people can't underestimate how much confidence means in horses as well as humans, and just getting back in the beam, on the beam, right? That, you know, find the winner's circle again, and they start feeling better about themselves.
It was against older horses, claiming 55,000. It gave this horse a ton of confidence. He's just a better horse around 2 turns.
He's come alive this summer. 3 consecutive wins. Back-to-back wins over this one here to his inside A Little at First. It's Chummers in the Cab Calloway division of the New York Stallion Series. looked at it a lot. Doesn't happen. Back with you on Saratoga Live on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. And our Fasig-Tipton Winner's Circle, brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November Sale, world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate your star today. Chummers is having quite a summer here. 3 consecutive wins, now back-to-back stakes wins at Saratoga, Mig.
Yeah, and then Dylan Davis contributed an outstanding ride. You know, he saved the ground before easing, sifting out into the clear as smoothly as you possibly can. And I really think the trip and the ride made the difference.
It did. First time getting on this horse off back-to-back wins. It's got to be gratifying when you go right by Flavian on the 7, who kind of took off this horse. Obviously, you don't know what goes on behind closed doors, but Chummers, that's a heck of a price for a horse that's just won 3 in a row.
Yeah. So Chummers the win, on a roll for Blue Bison Stable. Picture time. I'm getting used to that right now. Let's go to Acacia.
I'm very happy to be joined by Chris Boning of Blue Bison Stable. Chummers makes it 3 in a row, Chris, and another stakes victory. It has to be really rewarding to see how well he's doing.
It's incredible. Ray has done an incredible job with him to get him to this position. It's fantastic.
He's a horse that did win a claiming race a couple races back, and Ray has spoken to how that did so much for his confidence, and it really shows.
For sure. Sometimes they need to get in front and get that taste, and that's what you're seeing with Chummers now.
A little bit more of a comfortable win. He really fought for it last time. Talk me through your emotions in the stretch.
Too close for comfort, but Dylan really was patient, and I thought gave him the perfect trip. So nice to see him get in front.
Well, congratulations. He's in terrific form.
Thank you.
Greg?
And to think 2 starts ago, could have lost this horse for $55,000.
You look at the purchase price, right? $6,000 for the son of Combatant. So they probably lowered him for $55,000, thinking, no one's going to take him. Nobody did.
And the sire, Combatant, is actually well over 20% now with horses going long on the turf.
$8.52 for the win. Ray Handel, Dylan Davis go back-to-back. So we move on to race 8, 5.5 furlongs. Sprinting on the lawn to close out this Thursday card. Starter optional claiming field favorite, the 2. Brad Cox, Manny Franco, and She's Got Will. What do you think?
Well, this is who I picked actually on top. You don't see Brad Cox claiming as many horses as he used to. He reached in, took this one from Mark Cassie, and the horse's turf sprints have been good.
I thought Dylan Davis, natural hat trick. This horse coming at mile and 8th race, but last time River Tay sprinted, back-to-back wins. That horse can be launching from way out of it.
Preakness winner, Napoleon Solo. Where will he wind up next? He's eyeing the Travers. He's eyeing the Pennsylvania Derby. We'll talk about it when we come back.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut, and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Kankura or portfolio duration. Portfolio duration. Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. And Title Roll is in a very, very close photo. King of Gosford. Zel Cordobes will win the Sword Dancer.
Starlust! Program trading in naval power. What a thriller. Photo!
Classic is Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes.
$600,000 total. Thank you.
Before your eyes, a landscape unlike any you've ever seen. The pulse of life,
a kaleidoscope of culture. And there it awaits. Cheers of triumph that eclipse all joy before it. It's the Journey Japan Cup.
Initially known as the Kenilworth Cup, the Man of War Cup is a solid gold trophy awarded to the winner of the Travers Stakes, or Midsummer Derby. Commissioned by Abe Orpin, co-owner and manager of Kenilworth Park in Windsor, Ontario, the trophy was created by Tiffany & Company in 1920 for the match race between Man of War and Triple Crown winner Sir Barton. Man of War won the contest by 7 lengths and drank from the cup in the winner's circle. In 1936, Samuel's wife Elizabeth donated the cup to Saratoga Racecourse. That same year, Granville became the first Travers winner to receive what is known now as the Man of War Cup. Each year, the original trophy is presented by a member of the Riddle family or the governor or lieutenant governor of New York to the winner of the track signature event. A smaller gold-plated replica of the Man of War Cup or Travers Trophy inscribed with the winner's name is prepared for the winning connections to commemorate one of the most prestigious victories in the sport.
That is one of the trophies just about everybody who gets involved in this sport covets, especially Chad Brown. He said he covets this more than the Kentucky Derby, having grown up in nearby Mechanicville. And he's got a very interesting 3-year-old that's being pointed to the Travers with C-Strike. Napoleon Solo yet to make up his mind connections. Chad Summers and company, where the Preakness winner will go.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the questions is that extra furlong of the Travers as opposed to the Pennsylvania Derby and the level of competition. But he's proven he can compete with the best of them, and he has natural speed. And I honestly think that, you know, he kind of gave away the Haskell by giving up the inside to the winner.
Yeah, Baby Vino was really good that day. They had to sneak up the inside, and here's him training. And listen, he's been training with a purpose. I think it's good that he's up here training. A lot of his works have kind of been here since the beginning, even though, but he's traveling pretty good right here, man.
It was back on August 12th. He actually worked this morning, too, on the main track. 4 furlongs, 47.67.
Yeah, he's a tremendous workhorse. They worked him in the dark this morning, so we don't have video of it. You saw him jump a shadow there. This is Johnny Velasquez aboard, and he went 58-4. Didn't look like he was going 58-4. He is a tremendous workhorse, and I would imagine that Johnny Velasquez has the inside track to be his next pilot.
Yeah, he's interesting. He enters this race. You have him, C-Strike probably, right? That could be pace. Sandman going to be back in. Not Sandman, the Mark Cassidy horse. Silent Tactic.
Yeah, he ran very good in the Jim
He ran very good. Napoleon Solo adds that pace. He's got a lot of quality. Be very interesting. And like Mick said, who's going to be his new rider?
But we talked about, too, we were told by our producer what Chad Summers had said about where he's going to go. And what would you guys do? 4 to 5 probably morning line for $1 million purse in the Pennsylvania Derby? Or 8 to 1 range at a distance that is questionable against a loaded field?
Okay, let me ask you this question. Horses won the Champagne and the Preakness. What does he win by winning the Pennsylvania Derby?
I think you got to dare to be great.
I get it. We're looking sire-wise here now, right?
I think you got to dare to be great, and you got to go
agree.
against the best of the division in the Travers. Also, how do you know your horse is going to handle Parks?
Yes.
Parks is a different racetrack.
You're right.
And to me, the way he was training here, I would take my chances.
And, too, we talk about we have a Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner going in there, obviously, in Golden Tempo, but not one who's scaring anyone away with how fast he's running. It's not like he's running away with his division. I mean, in terms of the races he's won, he is, but not in how fast he's doing it.
Well, but how are upsets made? It's by horses with different styles. Golden Tempo's a closer. Napoleon Solo has speed. At some point, if you can give him the slip, that's how you beat favorites that have a disparate style of yours.
But if you're in Golden Tempo's corner, you're hoping he goes into the race, right? Because you get more pace into a race where everybody keeps doubting you, and you won it, 30-something to 1, and he won again. Is he going to go off again at like 7-2? He'd probably be your favorite, but is he going to go off his second choice?
Renegade's going to take a lot of support off that Jim Dandy in the rematch, but would love to see Napoleon Solo in this race.
Yes, I would too.
And again, he's proven he's one of the top 3-year-olds in the country. Why not go against the best
Dare
again?
to be great.
Nightcap still to come. We're 16 minutes away. 5.5 furlongs on the lawn to close things out on this Thursday card. We'll be back with the post parade right after this.
Fox Saratoga Saturday, leader of the 3-year-old filly division. Counting Star starts in the Alabama, presented by Keeneland Sales. Fox Saratoga Saturday, brought to you by Oceana Cruises.
Saturday, 6 Eastern on Fox.
This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
My Flag fifth and under the whip. She's taken to the outside for the run of the stretch. At the top of the stretch, it is Yanks Music. Yanks Music on the outside of Asina. Those two going head-to-head for the final furlong. Listening is third. My Flag is fourth. They're coming to the final 16th. And John Velasquez rouses Yanks Music to the lead. And she will win the 116th Alabama.
Yanks Music, 1996 Alabama. John Velasquez for his father-in-law, Leo O'Brien, wound up being champion 3-year-old filly. Leo O'Brien was so high on her, he nominated her to the Distaff of the Breeders' Cup Classic and had first preference to take on older males in the Classic with a 3-year-old filly. She actually got injured leading up to the training of that race, so she never ran in it, but that's how good he thought she was.
She left two fillies. I mean, listen, Asina and My Flag were both really good horses. My Flag is that whole pedigree is a generation when it comes to that pedigree. But yeah, Yanks Music kind of put those horses away, man.
A young, pumped-up Johnny Velasquez there. And I got to ride her once for Leo in an allowance race. She won quite easily at Belmont, but I had no shot. Johnny proposed to Leona, and that was that.
Tough to work in, yeah, with that kind of competition. John Velasquez will have a chance at another Alabama with an improving 3-year-old filly coming off a maiden win last start. So first time against winners in a Grade 1 at 1.25 miles, Addie Girl.
See the way she moves. She's just a big, lumbering sort. So I think getting out to that distance is what she probably wants, Mig.
And, you know, honestly, when we talk about fillies in a Grade 1 like this, you almost want to ride them to get a check if you're not on the best horse. Because if they're second or third, it enhances their value so greatly. And then if someone else makes mistakes, sometimes you get lucky and get the big check.
10-1. She, as you said, Paul, start by start. I know this is a huge task, but she's been getting better and better every single start.
Yeah, you can tell she's physically imposing it. She's obviously going to get better. And Johnny V's mount for race number 6 will be Gracie's Delight. Now, he did win on this horse for Wesley Ward. He's ridden one time for Linda Rice this year. Once. It was a W.
See if he can go 2 for 2. By the way, John Velasquez, this was just announced, I guess, about a half an hour ago. Dave Grenning on DRF reported John Velasquez will indeed have the mount on Napoleon Solo, and that next start for the Preakness winner will come in the DraftKings Travers. So they are going to dare to be great with the Preakness winner.
Love it. I love it.
I love that move.
Going to be a great Travers. We've got something for everybody here. We got some speed. We got some closes. We got the Derby winner, the Belmont winner, the Preakness winner. This is a heck of a Travers.
Yeah, I'm with you.
10 minutes to post here in the 8th. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, very, very excited. And I think it is absolutely the spot that we should see Napoleon Solo in next. So can't wait for that DraftKings Travers next weekend. But taking a look at John Velasquez's mount in this upcoming nightcap, he'll be riding for Linda Rice here, though Chad Summers is actually drawn just to his inside. Taking a look at the 6, Gracie's Delight, off of a little bit of a layoff from April, where she last ran for Wesley Ward and was claimed for Linda Rice that day. This is a horse who's only had one start on the turf, and she was the favorite that day as a 2-year-old here in Saratoga, and she showed speed and then stopped, and Sci-Fair was the winner of that race, so kept very good company. She actually does have a bit more of a turf pedigree. The dam's only win was on the grass, and she's by American Pharoah, who can be a very good influence, particularly with turf sprinters. And she has a turf hoof, very flat, kind of pancake-like hoof to her, slacker pastern. She's incredibly sharp in here, carrying great weight and conditioning as she comes back off a little bit of a layoff. I think that she's very interesting with the surface switch off the claim for Linda Rice. Their favorite is the number 2. She's got Will, though, for Brad Cox, as she has been another one that's been really sharp here in the paddock. She was not a fan of the saddling stall. They finished saddling her on the walk to put the overgirth on over there. In my notes from her previously, I've written high-strung demeanor, and that is exactly what she is. No speed last time out, though. She's one of those horses that's very energetic prior to the race, and it's not really able to channel that into the break. Maybe a little bit of a lack of focus as well, but she did run on widest last time out. On the left lead, though, she refused to switch, even though she was asked a couple of times. Finally did late in the final jumps, and just not really enough kick there. So she's one of those horses, I think, walks a fine line where she does a lot prior to the race, maybe not saving quite enough for the actual running of it. She looks very fit coming back, though, second off a layoff and first time for these connections. We'll see if she can keep it together mentally. The number 9 from scratch for Steve Asmussen is another one switching surfaces, though she has run well on the turf before. In fact, her last turf try was in February at Fairgrounds, where she went forward and had some pressure on the front end, but moved pretty well before being caught on the grass that day. She's another one that does look like she should appreciate the return to the turf, and she is also an energetic, bubbling sort, but she has plenty of early speed. I think that she should like it. They tried to get on the grass last time, came off the turf. She stayed in. She won. She has the ability to run on either surface, which is always a benefit. And like I said, I think that she should appreciate going back to the grass. It's only going to be her first start in a while on the turf, and she's looking for the first win. We'll see what kind of trip she can pull from that outside post, but I don't mind going back to the green. Greg?
All right, thanks, Acacia. Post parade coming up. 8-5 favorite. She's got Will. Brad Cox off the claim. Manny Franco having just exceeding everyone's expectations this Saratoga summer.
You know, when I talked with him early in the meet, he was talking about, he was disappointed with last year. He had 20 wins. And I said, well, he was on pace to double it. He's on pace to triple last year's totals. It's crazy.
47 wins and counting. And here's a chance to get Number 48 on the 8-5 favorite.
Yeah, claimed in her last start and makes her first start, only her second start since December of last year.
Now, let's keep in mind, too, Jose Ortiz, he's going to go to Kentucky Downs. Manny Franco has a chance to actually win the riding title.
True. Yeah, he's not out of it. You're 100% correct.
Midnight Love Affair. Javier Castellano for Bruce Levine.
Came off a really nice win last time, and a non-win is a 2 and a life. This is a bit tougher.
Could Dylan Davis take the late triple?
His horse is going to be launching from way out of it. You know, it's kind of hard to look at those mile and eighth races and think that he can get there, or she can get there to 5.5 furlongs, but she's done it before.
Back-to-back wins, as you said, the last 2 times sprinting. Just Dad Water, Chad Summers, Napoleon's solo trainer.
Ran a couple really bang-up races here last summer. I haven't seen that recently.
John Velasquez on Gracie's Delight.
Yeah, I misspoke. I'm sorry. They're 3 for 3 this year. It's a pretty good ROI. They're looking to go 4 for 4.
Now with Wayne Potts' quick power nap.
I could go for that. Nice quick power nap. Gonna have to run a bit faster than we've seen recently.
River Seine.
Yeah, Sarah Hess will be aboard. This would be her first mount ever at Saratoga. This horse has got a big shot here at 6-1.
And Steve Asmussen, Jose Ortiz from scratch.
I add speed to the affair. She will be forward.
So let's go back to River Seine. And Paula, you brought up the name. Sarah Hess getting an opportunity here. And the last win for this 4-year-old filly was with Hess aboard. That was back at Laurel 2 starts ago.
Yeah, you know, Sarah rides a lot at Tampa Downs. You'll see her at Monmouth as well, and she's got the mount here on the 8. And like you said, she did get up at Laurel, and she runs second with this horse at Gulfstream Park. So she's traveled a little bit, and if you look at this 8, this horse has run well at Penn, run well at Colonial, run well at Gulfstream, and run well in this race at Laurel. So kind of takes her racetrack with her, Mig.
Yeah, I mean, she shows up. You know, she's my kind of horse. I like what I call lunch pail horses. They bring their lunch pail, they go to work. My concern, and I picked her, I like her because I like any horse that's as consistent as she is. There's other speed in here. Does she absolutely need the lead to do her best?
First career mount at Saratoga coming up.
Yeah, for Sarah. And she's really good on the front end. You know, the horse has got the same cheek pieces, as you can see right there, that she had on in that replay. This is the lowest she's ever been in for. You know, she's a major player in here.
What was your first mount ever at Saratoga like? What was going through your head?
Well, I had come off being lead rider at Aqueduct, and I was second leader rider at Belmont coming into this. So I was kind of in a flow already. But opening day, I was so excited, Greg, and it rained all day. I had 9 mounts. I can't remember the first one, to be honest with you, but I remember my first win, and that was the 9th race. I went 0 for 8, and then finally got my first win at Saratoga in the last race on a horse for Walter Kelly named Hilarious. Those are the things you don't forget.
Not only good as your last race, Mick.
And I was exhausted because it's so hard riding on a sloppy track all day.
That is true, right?
Well, Manny Franco on this 9-5 favorite here. Brad Cox trains, just claimed last time out away from Marcassi. Let's look back to She's Got Well back on May 16th. And winds up third, came from pretty far out of it on this occasion.
She's aggressively placed. She was claimed out of this race for $55,000. They've given her some time off. Like I said, she's only had this one start since December of last year. So they're dropping the win here with this filly at 45. And she kind of runs this race where it was a good third, puts her right in the mix.
She may have the right style for the race too, right? Because there does appear to be ample speed here.
She's the 9-5 favorite. Meanwhile, with more on River Seine, let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, taking a look at that horse, which I would imagine it's River Seine, like in France, as that's also what Dave Rodman called it 2 starts back. I could be wrong, but I would imagine it's River Seine, as this one does have plenty of early speed. And as Paul mentioned, Sarah Hess, I've seen her quite a bit down at Tampa Bay Downs, and she is a rider that's familiar with this horse, which I think is probably to her benefit, because she's doing a lot, this filly. She is incredibly sharp. She was hot from the moment she came into the paddock, and she does wear those cheek pieces. And that piece of equipment you see quite often on horses in Europe. So maybe something that they applied over in some of her European races. She has been wearing them regularly here in the States as well. But you can see just how high strung she is, and they're really trying to keep her settled with the pony out there. So she has one way of going. It's to use her speed. That's what she did when she won at Laurel 2 starts back, and she was game to hold on. She, like I touched on even with the 2, does a lot probably before her race is even run. So hopefully can keep her settled. One thing I did notice that just kind of piqued my interest, just to point out, she is wearing front wraps for the first time. Maybe it's when shipping over to a new track. Not something you typically see with turf horses, though she is in for the $45,000 claiming tag. So maybe not something to read into too much. The number 4, River Tay, is cutting back in distance for Bruce Brown, and she's been very good as a sprinter. With all this pace we've talked about and all of these very sharp horses, she is one that would be really happy to see some pace materialize in front of her. And she's been running much longer recently. The last time she sprinted was the last time she won. While she does have a lot of size to her, she is incredibly strong and always carries a lot of weight and conditioning for Bruce. But I would think with her closing kick, if there is a little bit of steam up front, she'll be the one to be running late. And she looked beautifully turned out and very calm and professional out there on the track at a nice price, Greg.
Post time coming up. So here we go. It's been 8-5 favoritism throughout on the 2 as we look here at River Tay. It's tough to ignore those last 2 sprints from this one.
Yeah, I love the turn back for her. Me and Paul were in full agreement. I had her pick second. And another one that has the right style in a race that appears to have plenty of speed signed on. And Bruce Brown's horses, they always look good. He does a really good job.
You're getting 8-1 on a filly like that. I don't really like the 9, but I never really saw her at 3-1. But it seems like Jose and Steve Asmussen just been winning with their turf runners. I think that's why this horse is getting played here.
This one here, what do you guys feel about 8-5 on, at least you get the inside post here, but you're going to need a setup. And you're going to need running room.
The one to beat. She is put, I think a lot of these horses are kind of put in this spot. She's dropping, and this is what they were looking for. This is a drop a little bit from the claim. I think they're in to try to get the money here.
How'd you feel about 5.5 furlong turf sprints up here?
They were mad scrambles. Tough races to ride. A lot going on very quick. My favorite turf sprint was the 6.5 down the hill at Santa Anita.
Did you feel these races, did you have to be even more locked in?
Absolutely. Less margin for error. Such a crush to the turn. Position was such a premium. And knowing when you had to back out of a spot, too. You don't always have ownership of a spot if you're not all the way in there.
See what happens here in this nightcap on our Thursday card. She's got Will Manny Franco looking for his second winner of the afternoon. Brad Cox, terrific season so far, winning at 27%. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramonte, the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Very even start. River Sen is going to the front with from scratch matching strides. Midnight Love Affair comes away a joint third, just now passed by Just Add Water, who gets a good spot in third, 3 lengths off the lead. Then it's Gracie's Delight on the outside of River Tay. The 2 trailers, She's Got Will and Quick Power Nap. The opening quarter for River Sen in 22 1/5 seconds. She leads it and expands that margin to a length and a half. From scratch in second, Just Add Water third. Midnight Love Affair is fourth. River Tay rallying 3 deep outside Gracie's Delight, and She's Got Will. Quick Power Nap trails top of the stretch, and it's River Sen from scratch coming at her, and down on the inside, Midnight Love Affair is finishing with interest. They're inside the furlong pole, and drifting out River Sen trying to fight off from scratch. They're head and head, and on the inside, Midnight Love Affair driving finish. River Sen from scratch. Here it is. Photo finish. Very tight from scratch. River Sen. Midnight Love Affair for sure finished third.
Photo finish to close it out. Paul, you got the best eye of anyone.
This is very close. I tell you what, how about Sarah Hess goes right to the front end. She never thought she'd be in a head-to-head duel with Jose Ortiz. The bob going to Jose on the outside. Yeah, oh, wow. I think she might have just lost this race 9-8, and I guess that's why they were betting Jose Ortiz and Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, I mean, we were both questioning, what a short price for a filly that was 0 for 5 on turf. That was as thrilling a finish, heads up and down. Now, that pole kind of blocked us, but I agree with you, Paul. I do think the 9 had her nose down on the line.
Yeah, tough beat. If you had the 8, those cheek pieces, deep stretch right here. And I thought Sarah did a tremendous job. Kind of leaked out in the middle of the racetrack. Her filly or mare kind of jumped to her wrong lead. She's staying strong here. Just loses the bob, Mig.
And it is from scratch. Yeah, posted here, 9-8-3-2.
And that filly, the 8-horse, River Scent, she was digging in so hard. You could see she didn't want to get past. She pinned her ears. This is what racing's about. When horses bear down as hard as these two did, great way to end this card with a race like this.
Tough beat in your first career mount at Saratoga for a young rider, too, to be neck and neck down the stretch with an Eclipse Award winner.
You got to be next to Joe
the
DiMaggio,
front runner
right?
for this year's Eclipse Award, who's leading the way at this meet. He's won an Oaks, Derby, Belmont. You're right there with him, and you lose a photo.
And a first ballot Hall of Famer when his time comes. There's no doubt about that. But she rode a good race. She just got pipped at the wire.
She rode a great race. I mean, they went back and forth. It was just one of those things where you just kind of lose the bob. 7-2 to 6-1, but it's been this man's year. We're all just along for the ride.
And that's number 60 of the meet. The record for a single season is 66, Ramon Dominguez. I understand it's a longer meet. He's still Jose Ortiz with a missed day, and we made up some races too to kind of add on to that and kind of make them up. For a 40-day meet, he's on pace to set the new single season record.
Yeah. Honestly, there won't be an asterisk when he does, because he's going to get by that, barring anything unforeseen.
Well, I think the thing is, will he get by it in 40 days? That would be...
Yeah.
How many more days to 40 days?
We got to look it up. But
27% for the year. Think about the competition. He's riding at the best racetracks, the best competition, the best horses. 27%.
Remarkable.
Another level.
We'll check. I think we're early 30s, though, so he's got ample time.
Yeah, ample. He does
to make this new mark. And again, you can say what you want. He got a lot of mounts from his brother when he was sidelined, of course. They have the same agent. He still delivered and still has to perform and get it done.
Well, it's part and parcel of the game, though. Riders get injured. Other riders pick up horses. Nothing's guaranteed, but when you get the opportunity, you have to make the most of the opportunity. He has made the most of every opportunity he's had this year.
You can't sit back and look at that and find that as a negative, because he's going to keep on piling on wins while you keep complaining.
7 more riding days to get 6 wins to tie the record. That would be 40 days.
I mean, he could get 6 wins tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. He could rack up 6 wins by Sunday.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. 68 is the record. So to get 8 wins.
Yeah, but the way he's going, by Sunday.
He's averaging not far off of almost 2 a day.
I'd like to know how many days this meet he's gone without a win.
Now that's something we got to look up, because that's interesting.
Because he seems like he's winning 2 or 3 a day.
Look it up. So that's your homework tonight, Paul. You got some homework tonight,
right,
and I want that answer tomorrow. 9-8-3-2. Jose Ortiz, 60 win mark of the meet already. Meanwhile, Veneta on quite a roll right now, coming off a victory in the New York Oaks, the one to beat in the Fleet Indian on the Friday card. We'll have a preview next.
It's the annual summer tradition that stands alone. Make plans for DraftKings Travers Day at Saratoga on Saturday, August 29th, featuring 5 Grade 1 events. Save $5 on admission when you buy in advance at NYRA.com/Travers. If you've ever dreamed of owning a lawn jockey but space is at a premium, Saratoga has you covered. Take home a miniature lawn jockey on Sunday, August 23rd, free with paid admission while supplies last. For tickets, visit NYRA.com. Lawns not required.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, And our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Racing returns to the brand new Belmont Park this September. Get paid to bring new horses to New York with the Big Apple bonus. Each horse can earn up to $8,500. Bonus eligibility based on the horse's prior start or workout location. Both new and existing owners and trainers are eligible. With overnight purses increasing this fall by 15%, there's never been a better time to race at Belmont Park. Take a bite out of the Big Apple bonus. For rules and eligibility requirements, visit NYRA.com/Big Apple bonus.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Untouched by the passage of time, Clare Court is nestled in the southern corner of Saratoga Racecourse. Constructed by August Belmont II around 1901, Clare Court, originally known as the Surcingle, was built as a private training center. Named after former track superintendent Thomas Clare, Clare Court was first recognized by its new name in the Saratogian after his death in 1940. Equipped with its own training track, the area's barns stabled such equine greats as Man o' War, Equipoise, Citation, and Whirlaway. Known for its beauty and privacy, Clare Court is also the final resting place for 4 horses that were near and dear to the Saratoga faithful: 4-Star Dave, Quick Call, A Phenomenon, and Morjane. 4-Star Dave, or the Sultan of Saratoga, won at least one race at the Spa for 8 consecutive seasons. In 1996, the Darrell's Joy Stakes, which the gelding won twice, was renamed in his honor. The race is now a Grade 1. Quick Call won 9 of 17 starts at Saratoga, including the Forgo twice. Morjane and A Phenomenon were multiple graded stakes winners on the New York racing circuit. Morjane won the 1986 Darrell's Joy and 1985 Kelso Handicap. A Phenomenon won the Jim Dandy Stakes and the Vosburg in 1983. The backstretch is a side of the track many people never see, but a trip to Clare Court provides a unique perspective of America's most historic sports venue.
Meg, you've taken me back there a few times. Show me some legends that are buried there as well. It's such a special place here at Saratoga.
You really get the sense of history and that you're on hallowed ground when you're at Clare Court, and obviously the Sultan of Saratoga being there. And 4 horses buried there. I had the privilege of riding 2 of them, Paul.
It's just a tranquil, beautiful place. If you ever want to go have a cup of coffee and go wander around, it's just, I don't know, it's so serene. There's just something about it.
Took my son to go see the grave of Quick Call the other day, and A Phenomenon, Morjane. It is a very special place for sure. Nightcap, it was a thriller. I'm sure Sarah Hess does not feel the same, but comes up just short here from scratch. A lot of people have been losing to Jose Ortiz and Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you'll be disappointed. You know, the shorter the margin of defeat, the more second guessing you do. That's just human nature. But she rode a good race. The horse broke super sharp. She was able to make the lead. Just got out knotted by a filly that was in close attendance to her every step of the way.
Yeah, you're right. They popped out of the gate 8-9-1. They finished, 8-9-3. They finished 9-8-3. The 9 just getting past the 8. That bob of the wire.
You go back and look at a race like that, Mig. What things could you have done differently?
Well, when
or would you have to go back and just rewatch the whole thing?
No, yeah, I mean, you'd have, like, especially turf racing. You got to watch trips, several times. You got to watch races several times. But when I was riding, I could find 96 ways I could have won if I got beat a half a length or less. Why didn't I do this? Why didn't I do that? And I always remembered the losers more than the winners.
Would you study games where you had tough days as well at the plate?
Oh, all the time. I would always go over the film and wonder why I've struggled against certain pitchers. Certain guys you have a number on, and certain guys' sightlines are different. I remember a guy named Brian Bohannon. He was a lefty that threw about a 79-mile-an-hour cutter up there. It didn't matter. I had no chance to get him. And you throw out Randy Johnson, I could hit him. It just shows you certain guys are different, and you have a different feel for certain guys. And I just couldn't hit that guy.
Friday feature, Fleet Indian, race 9 on our coverage, 5:44 Eastern start time. Venetta's turned into a really good 3-year-old filly for Danny Gargan.
What a nice record she's put together. 4 starts, 3 wins, a second, coming off a win in the New York Oaks. With her pedigree, there was questions probably going into the New York Oaks by Yao Pan. Will she get a mile and a 16th? Well, she did that well, so I don't think you see the mile and 1/8 as an issue.
Yeah, she ran down Hot Currency at 7 furlongs. Then she was able to rate going a mile and 16th. She's going to be very tough to beat.
Currency, by the way, now going to try and stretch out and play Venetta's game. Intriguing addition of that Fleet Indian. That's, again, coming up tomorrow. Late coverage, race 9, 5:44 Eastern start time. Again, big news came out about 45 minutes ago. Napoleon Solo, John Velasquez will ride. The Preakness winner will go in the DraftKings Travers against Golden Tempo and Company Renegade as well. Our next show tomorrow, 1 Eastern start time, Fox Sports 2. Cab Calloway Division, New York Stallion Series, Chummers, it's 3 in a row. Ray Handel picks up a double on the card. Venetta, as we just talked about, trying to win her 4th straight in the Fleet Indian. Come off that victory in the New York Oaks and Counting Stars. It is her division. Can she keep on rolling in the Alabama on Saturday?